Welcome aboard, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome. Look at all you beautiful people out there. I am joined once again by Roza Coatl as we go into yet another edition of weird and wacky news of the week here on the Helmsman channel. I will say, I'm not going to announce it yet. We're cooking, chat. We're cooking. But this stream is going to evolve into something much grander in the near future. All I can say is expect to see Roza on here on a much more often basis. That is what I will leave it there. But we got a lot. Honestly, it's not just this stream. There's a lot of good stuff cooking over on the collective. A lot of good stuff. So really exciting stuff. But anyway, there's a lot to go over, as you can see, with our very first story here. But first, before we get into this rather tame intro story here, do you first of all, hi Roza. How's your day been? Oh. No shit. Really? Nathan Drake? Oh my god, dude. Nathan Drake is probably one of my top 3 favorite video game characters of all time. So I did not know that, and now I want to play it too. You're muted? Uh-oh. Oh no. How about now?
Hello?
Right. Hello?
Hi, chat.
Can you hear Roza now, chat?
Hello, chat. Comes and pull the jazz.
Yeah, I pulled an old man. I look at, because I'm like 10 years older than Jazz is, so I look at Jazz and I'm just like, look at me, I am the old man now. Like, can hear now? Okay. Okay. So if you don't mind, start over after Roza. I apologize.
Hello, and you asked me how my day's been, and I was like, it's been great. I played Army of Two today. We finished the first game, which is fucking awesome.
Nice.
And then we started playing the second game, which is different. I don't like it as much, kind of. I like the shooting more. The shooting feels better in the second game. Right?
Okay.
It's more evolved. It's 2 years later, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't know, the, back and forth dialogue isn't as good, I feel.
Is it not as edgy?
It's not really, not that it's not as edgy, it's it feels more scripted, I guess.
Oh.
I don't know. The first game had, a really natural feel between the two, characters back and forth, right?
Uh-huh.
They sound like people, right? They don't give a fuck about any of this nonsense. They just say what they're fucking thinking.
Yeah, they can sound like two army bros.
Yeah, exactly. And they just go back and forth with each other. This one feels a bit more scripted, right? All of Salem's lines, again, it's very Nolan North, right? It very much it feels like, and also just the way that Salem kind of is, he's gone from being a total douche, right, which is what he is in the first game, to being kind of more he's this exact same personality as fucking Deadpool from the Deadpool game, very similar, and it's just yeah, I don't know.
It's not the same character.
His dialogue with Rios is also very different. Rios is also he's a lot less serious, because he's supposed to be the duality, right? They're supposed to be like a buddy cop thing, right? Rios is he's slightly older, he's a bit more serious, much more mature.
Mm-hmm.
He's very much he's Jazz, right? He's very much he wants to do the right thing.
Right.
And then Salem is just in it for the money, he's in it for the thrill, right?
He's just a merc.
Yeah, exactly. He's very much just he was in the military, that sucked, now he's a merc. He's I don't really care, right? And then, as you uncover the conspiracy that's happening in the first game, right? Tim goes from it's you're being a conspiracy theorist, me, to, get over it, right? To basically being Oh damn, you were right. Oh well. I guess
Oh,
we'll have to
well.
kill these people now. Like, he's very much carefree.
Yeah.
Whereas in the second game, he's a lot more careful, right? And then Rios, on the other hand, is a lot more like he's just like he's very like unserious, you know? Like
Mhm.
he's gone from being like the stoic hero, right?
Right.
Like kind of caught in a bad way, to being like just another merc. He's the like deep voice, man of few words type character now. Right?
He's almost like he's like jaded now, or something.
Kinda, yeah. I guess kinda, but it's more like he's just he's not really serious. He's just like he's the personality you'd expect on like the heavy, right? Like that he's the heavy, right? He doesn't really talk, but when he does talk, it's like a little quip, right? In his like deep voice, and then you move on. And as far as like their conversations, like I don't know, they just don't feel as good. But the gunplay's a lot better. The time to kill is a lot nicer. It feels like I'm actually like my bullets do things.
Give some, take some, I guess.
Yeah, I'm the one I'm really excited for is the third game, chat. I know it's one that like no people like the least, but it's the one that got me hooked on the series. And there's fucking built-in mask customization. They had like custom masks in the second game, but A, it wasn't as good. B, you have to go to a website to do it, and that website is dead. It doesn't exist anymore. You know, it makes sense. It's been like 14 years.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, it's been 14 years. Oh fuck. But the third game has it built in, so I'm excited to like spend
Actually
entire,
use it.
like several hours customizing a mask. Hehe.
Nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
I have just been doing my day job, and my main thing is that I finally finished my Final Fantasy VII Rebirth playthrough that I started back in February. It took 26 parts, 1 part per week.
God damn.
So, but I only streamed like, between 2 and 3 hours.
6 weeks. That's half a year.
I know. That's like 20. But 2 to 3 hours at a time though. Because I don't stream like you. Well, that's like just never ending. But I finally finished it, and I already felt withdrawal like during the credits roll. I was like, oh my god, I have to slot in a different game, and I don't like it. It's been like such a normal thing. Because I always stream the Yakuza franchise on Wednesdays, and that will like never end pretty much. But Tuesday has always been Final Fantasy, like literally since the day I debuted. So like, not having that game, it feels empty. It feels strange. I've actually thought about, you know what? Let's just keep doing it. We'll do hard mode. I've thought of that, but I'm just like, no. I gotta pull that Band-Aid off, and I gotta move on. So I gotta figure this shit out.
Like you finished something that you really enjoyed.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of just became like a normal part of like your like streams and stuff. It always feels weird, right? Like when you're like, man, I've been doing this for like a while now, and like this is really good on the channel. People really like it, but now it's time to move on.
Yeah,
I can't just play the same game over and over again unless it's Dark Souls 2.
I was gonna say unless it's Dark Souls 2. Well, like honestly though, like when I finished my playthrough of the Yakuza franchise sometime in 2026, that's not an exaggeration. I'm on Yakuza 4 now. I still have Yakuza 5, Yakuza 6, the 2 Judgment games, and Like a Dragon 1 and 2.
Yeah, a lot of games.
And I started Yakuza 0 back when I debuted. So like it'll take me easily through all of 2025. And guess what? When I finished Like a Dragon 2, the next week is playthrough day 1 of Yakuza 0. Like, that's just like a never-ending thing, basically, on my channel.
I see.
Everything else like goes around that. But that was my big thing that happened this week. I don't want to dwell on this. We need to get into the news. But now that we're all caught up on each other's streams and weeks and things going on, you can pontificate for an hour about what you did this week on the OCP.
Yes.
But for now, we're going to get into the news. There's a lot chat. I got 36 tabs open. That doesn't mean 36 stories. A lot of them are grouped together, but nonetheless, we got a lot. Starting with Cinnabon collabs with Warheads.
What the fuck?
Craziest cinnamon rolls yet.
I really want to fucking Cinnabon now. Damn it.
This sounds gross to me. I always thought Warheads were disgusting. But apparently there's people that are like, no, let them cook. And I'm just like, no. I do not want to let them cook. This is gross.
Yeah, this looks very gross.
Hang on, let me...
It's just like crushed Warheads like on top of it?
That's what it looks like. Hang on. I switched screens for a sec there. Hang on. Sorry, chat. I have two screens and they're not the same size, so when I switch screens, it freaks out.
I don't know if they should cook.
But this is what it looks like apparently, and yeah, it looks like they just took a mallet and just crushed up Warheads and then just sprinkled it on top, which is vile. So Cinnabon has teamed up with the candy from your childhood that still makes your eyes water. I have had Warheads like twice in my life. The first time was when I knew I didn't like it, and the second time was to make sure it wasn't a fluke. That's basically it.
Valid. I can't remember the times I've had Warheads. Like, I think about the same, probably like twice ever. It's just not for me.
Yeah, I can't do like super sour shit.
I don't mind sour shit if it tastes good. It's the same way I feel with like spicy.
But like my exposure
I like Takis, right? Because they actually taste good. Most things that are spicy and Takis taste like shit.
Yeah, because the thing is, it's like I know that there's like sour Warheads, and then there's like spicy Warheads. And the Warheads that I had were the spicy ones, and I hated it so much. I've never had the sour ones because I was like, well, I don't really like super sour stuff anyway. Yeah, it was like, you remember, maybe you don't, you're like way younger than me, but there was this gum that was, it was like cinnamon flavored gum. I can't remember the name of it. It might have just been called Big Red or something like that.
That sounds familiar.
Something like that. And I remember like people would chew it when I was in high school, this gum, and I hated it. People would offer to me, be like, no, get that shit away from me. Try sour Warheads, those are the OG. I don't want to NDA. Dude, NDA,
yeah, Big Red Gum. You're correct, yeah.
I was right, okay. My high school memory isn't that bad. Wow.
Yeah, I remember these.
Did you like it?
No.
I didn't.
It's still around, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I figure. Yeah, I never liked it. Never, ever. And that, like, here's the thing, NDA. Like, I can handle, like sour gummy worms. Right? And that's or like the, like the Sour Patch Kids, which I haven't had in forever because I'm in my fucking 40s and I don't eat candy anymore.
Yeah.
After
a while, the sweet tooth goes away, Jet.
And that's like my limit right there. So there's like no damn way that I'm gonna like a sour Warhead. No way. Make Snake eat Warheads? Oh, God. We're giving them ideas. That's a donathon goal.
Donathon goal.
Maybe that'll be one of you'll get around to.
I don't do donathons anymore. I mean, we can make it
it could be like a punishment wheel kind of thing for maybe like a special stream.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. The new Warheads range will be available at Cinnabon bakeries across the country from Monday, August 19th, and they're sure to make your taste buds explode. They'll be topped with Warheads popping candy to give your sweet treat break an extra kick. The new topped bonds are made with classic cinnamon rolls topped with blue raspberry, watermelon, or green apple flavored popping candy sprinkled over that decadent cream cheese icing. The funny thing is, I never liked Cinnabon either.
Really?
These are two things that I dislike combined together.
Yeah, I'm like craving it now. I'm just like, fuck, now I want it.
Oh, really? Yeah, see, look, I'm sorry, but blue is not a natural food color. Like,
it's not.
No, there is no naturally blue food. And blueberries are fucking purple, chat. Don't give me that. My siblings and I once had a warhead competition. We all had chemical burns, which lasted 2 to 3 days. Was it worth it, NDA? I hope it was worth it. The poppin' candy will add a unique crunch to Cinnabon's classic.
Blueberries depend. Sometimes they are blue.
Wow. Okay, there's one. There's one food that's kind of blue. Congratulations, nature. You got me.
Let's see. Concord grapes, dancing plums, blue tomatoes, blue spirulina, blue sausage fruit. Blue
whoa. Blue tomatoes? The fuck is that?
I found a list, yeah. 25 naturally blue foods with pictures. Blue lobster.
Yeah, but blue lobster is literally like a genetic abnormality.
Dancing plums. Oh, blue tomatoes are weird. They're more like purple, though. Like half purple, half green. Blue spirulina. Blue sausage fruit. That's an interesting looking fruit. I understand why it's called a sausage fruit. Blue corn. Blue American lobster. Pascat berries.
Yeah, but like
blue
lobster,
caviar.
lobster meat is, it's that white color though. It's not like it does. Like it's just the shell. You don't even eat the shell.
Blue lingcod fish. This actually looks like it's blue on the inside as well.
Really? That sounds gross.
Chesapeake blue crab.
Okay,
blue
so there's a lot of
cheese.
seafood.
That's really. I wouldn't really count blue cheese. Japanese blue milk bread. Of blue pea powder.
There's a blue tomato. I want to know what the hell a blue tomato is. If you give marbled crayfish tomatoes, they'll turn blue.
Utrecht blue wheat.
What?
Bachelor's buns. Tuscan blue rosemary.
Oh yeah, by the way, chat, I did get my I got my chat window fixed and upgraded. If you didn't notice. Ooh.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's got like cool. It's got like little animations and shit on it. It's nice.
Indigo milk cap mushrooms look fucking awesome. Blue marble tree fruit. Ironic blue potato. That's just straight up purple. That's not blue at all. Blue sea salt. Blue oyster mushrooms. Blue honey. What?
Blue honey? How the hell does that work?
Beekeepers as far afield as France and North Carolina reported that their bees are producing weird-looking blue honey. There's some debate about why this happens. Theories include the bees feasting exclusively on blue flowers or something happening to the regular colored honey inside the hive. Some have even claimed that the bees have been feasting on ground-up M&M shells. Despite the mystery, blue honey tastes just as good as the golden stuff. Looks amazing when drizzled over ice cream or thick yogurt.
So it's just like a food coloring.
Fucking paint.
Remember the this isn't blue, but you remember the green ketchup back when Shrek got first released? Like
no.
Back when Shrek first released, I did not expect to spend this long on this topic.
You understand that I was 1 when Shrek came out.
Okay, so I will tell you then. When the original Shrek came out, it was like a huge fucking deal.
I was a month away from turning 1 when Shrek came out.
Well, I was in high school, so okay. Moving on. But what they did is they collaborated with a bunch of like fast food restaurants, and fast food restaurants had green ketchup, and it was vile. It was so gross. It looked gross, and it tasted gross because it didn't actually. It tasted slightly different too, and it was awful. It was so gross. Marbled crayfish or Mother Nature's hold my beer to GMOs. They said they appear to the 80s and are near literal bioweapons. Taste great though. Fair enough, I guess. let's see. So they go over their normal thing. Cinnabon has confirmed that there is much more to come from them. The Cinnabon X Warheads partnership. Already? God damn. That's not good.
Looks fine on my end. Did purple ketchup too?
Yeah, they have purple ketchup, and it's all gross. It looks gross. It doesn't like ketchup any color but red just doesn't look real, and that's because ketchup isn't like natural on its own.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
So we're just used to it being red. So whatever this like really artificial thing like ketchup is like colored anything we're not used to, it just looks vile. So
yeah, that makes sense.
The Cinnabon X Warheads partnership.
Ketchup's supposed to be like tomato, right? So like naturally our brain is like, oh yeah. It's tomato. Like
exactly.
I can't imagine ketchup being like greenish and still being like okay, Like mentally, I'm like, yeah, some tomatoes.
Yeah, but it's not like leaf green. It was like Shrek.
Yeah,
it was like Shrek. It was like Shrek
green.
booger green.
Yeah.
Like, it was so gross, dude. It was so gross.
That sounds really gross to look at.
So it looks like this is just the beginning. They're doing a bunch of stuff like this. Innovative line of top buns, which deliver unexpected flavor combinations to shock and delight a variety of taste buds. It reminds me, they're back in my former hometown of Denver. There was this place called Voodoo Donuts, and Voodoo Donuts was like this gourmet donut joint that would like one donut would cost you like $5 or $6, but they were like huge, and they would like cake them in like multiple layers of like icing or like your choice of cereal. Like they would do it like Fruity Pebbles donuts or Frosted Flakes donuts. It was just like it was like a diabetic coma in donut form. And I ate there once and never again. It's because like I felt like I was gonna die from like a sugar overdose. So, but like it's like this really famous place back in Denver. So, anyway.
Yeah, I don't really mind Cinnabon. Like I don't know why. Like normally I don't like sweets, right? But there's like certain sweets that like I just like. I'm like, yeah, I can handle this. Like Cinnabon is there, right? I like, loaf cake. Loaf cake? Is that what it's called? Yeah, it's called loaf cake. That's there. Cake. I can eat an entire fucking loaf of loaf cake.
Sounds good.
Very good. Specifically Krispy Kreme donuts. I can barely finish a single Dunkin' donut. But if it's a Krispy Kreme donut, I can go through like a box of 6. I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why.
I don't know, like, honestly, I feel like the best donuts I've had have come from like grocery stores. Like Krispy Kreme, there's something like too perfect about Krispy Kreme donuts. Like donuts are supposed to be like sloppy. And like Krispy Kreme donuts just look too perfect for me.
That's how I feel about it's basically the way around. Like Krispy Kreme donuts, like they're all covered in like goop and stuff, right? So you grab them, like there's no way you're not getting sugar on your hands, right?
Yeah, but it's like
about Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts are like literally too perfect. Like it's like they're like the fucking the icing's like painted on, and then like the bottom of it's always clean, so you can always grab it. It's just bread.
See, I have like the opposite experience from that. That's weird.
I've also like never had like a sloppier donut than Krispy Kreme though. Like, where are you getting your donuts?
I guess from a superior Krispy Kreme. I don't know.
Huh.
I don't know. I haven't honestly. To be completely honest, I haven't had a donut from a Krispy Kreme in a long, long time. So maybe it's changed since the last time. I don't know. Anyway, I think we've talked about donuts and shit for long enough.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get into like some. I'm calling this.
I need to stop being hungry.
Yeah, right. I'm calling the decks a pair of stories. Good kid, bad kid. So we'll start with the good kid.
Okay.
Video shows 8-year-old girl using bat to help fight off armed robber at Twin Cities liquor store.
Bro, based. Holy shit.
Now look at this kid. Fucking these adults just these adults just knock the fuck out. This 8-year-old's like this with bat raised. It's like, that's right, motherfucker. I love this image. It's so good. So Maplewood, Minnesota. It's back to business after a big scare at Big Discount Liquors in Maplewood. An armed robber was beaten back by an 8-year-old girl and her baseball bat. So, my first question is, why was there an 8-year-old in a liquor store? And then the follow-up question, why did she have a bat?
Yeah, there is several, like, that is really weird. Muted snake? Again?
What? How are you muted?
That's what Berserk God says. He might be, like, really far behind, though. He might, like, just, like, refresh or something.
Yeah, he might need to refresh the stream, because it was muted back at the beginning of the stream, Berserk. But she's good now.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it says he was behind.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Awesome.
Cool. Oh my gosh. This name. 37-year-old...
Conkabar Morel.
Conkabar?
Yeah, Conkabar is how I pronounce that, yeah.
Conkabar Morel.
Or Contrabar, but I think Conkabar is correct.
Conkabar? God, I have no... I'm not even going to try to guess what nationality that's from.
Contrabar.
Is it Spanish? Conkabar?
No. That last name would have to be pronounced Morel.
Morel.
Which would be really weird to say. Like,
yeah,
that's really weird to say.
It's a strange name.
You keep reading. I'm gonna go look up like where that.
St. Paul. Okay. St. Paul was charged with first-degree attempted aggravated robbery in Ramsey County on Monday. What's the difference between aggravated robbery and robbery? Like, how are you not aggravated? Anyway, charging documents state Morel's criminal record includes a 2004 conviction for first-degree aggravated robbery. Irish? Conkabar? Wow, okay. Let's see. Surveillance video from the store shows Morel wearing...
Old Irish. Who? Kind of in Kobar. So, like, dog and desiring is basically like desiring dog, I guess.
He's not a white woman. Come on.
Somehow.
So surveillance video from the store...
Lover of hounds is what it means.
Lover of hounds? Okay, that actually sounds pretty cool. To be honest. Anyway,
very white womany.
Very dog-pilled. Morel wearing an Amazon uniform and reaching in his pocket before setting a realistic BB gun on the counter. According to an Amazon spokesperson, Morel was a delivery associate for a third-party delivery service delivering packages for Amazon. He will be immediately off-boarded. Wow, off-boarded is the most polite way I've heard the word fired being worded.
Yeah.
Store manager Leo, no last name, says Leo, says he was preparing to close the store around 9:30 p.m. Saturday when Morel walked in and wandered through the store. He put the gun on the table. He asked me to give him all the money and everything in the register. I told him, yes, I'll give you everything. Behind the counter beside Leo was his 8-year-old daughter. Oh, okay. So it's like a little family thing. Family run shop. Okay. Leo said he tried to reason with Morel and explained that's why she has the bat, too. Okay. Because it's really Leo's bat. And explained to him he could have all the money and that his only concern was his daughter's safety. Fair enough. Surveillance video shows Morel walking behind the counter, gun in hand. I'm a dad. I'm not going to let that happen. Leo punches the man, wrestling him to the floor. Seconds later, you see his brave little girl with a bat in her hand. I'm so proud of her. She's so strong. His daughter hit the suspect a few times before running away. Nice. Leo said he didn't even know she tried to help until he watched the surveillance video back. That day, I just wanted to cry when I saw the video. I didn't expect you to do that. I expect the little girl crying, screaming, Leo said.
Fucking based.
Fucking Chad. Well, what's the
little girl?
What's the it's Stacy. Stacy is like the female version of Chad, I think.
Is that it?
Yeah, what is Stacy? Leo said he asked his daughter, because it's like the stereotypical like names of like prom queen.
Yeah.
His daughter the next day, what made her do that? She told him that she wanted to defend him and that she loved him so much. What a fucking amazing girl.
That's so cute.
It's an incredible act of heroism from a little girl who saw her dad needed help. Morel is in custody and will be back in court Friday at 9 a.m. So instead of screaming, and look at her, this is a solid stance too.
She's got her knees bent, legs wide. She's ready to fucking start just.
Yeah, she's got a good bladed stance. Like, you taught her well, Leo. No, it's just this screen grab, and I don't want to show it the video on YouTube either.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. So I had to be wary of that, unfortunately. But I think that this image says it all, though. Like, you get the point here. So
yeah,
fucking, you're raising her right, Leo. You're raising her right. Now the other
8-year-old.
Damn right. On the flip side of that, this is the bad kids segment. 11-year-old migrant boy arrested as aggressor in New York City subway robbery linked to string of Central Park muggings. How do you allow yourself to get mugged by an 11-year-old?
Maybe he's like a really big 11-year-old. No, he's not. He's tiny.
No, he's not. Look at him. This guy's scrawny as fuck. An 11-year-old Venezuelan boy was arrested as the main aggressor in a violent subway mugging and has been linked to a larger string of fucking Vennies. In central, is that I don't know what slurs South American use for each other. There's got to be slurs like that South Americans throw around at each other that is only used in South America.
But like also like, you know, we're like the superior Chad carabiners, so
yeah, totally.
You know, we don't really associate with those mainland nerds.
Yeah, there's
those non-islanders.
The sub-Mexicans.
Those non-carabiners. Yeah, sub-Mexicans. Lesser beans.
I want to ask after that if there's any like like local slurs. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's see. It has been linked to a larger string of robberies in Central Park being committed by migrant kids. So there's like a roaming gang of migrant kids who are going around Central Park and mugging people.
What the fuck?
The baby-faced perp and a 17-year-old boy were both taken into custody hours after they allegedly attacked a strap hanger. The fuck is a strap hanger? On a man. Oh, it's a person who stands and holds onto the little balancing strap in a subway train. I had to put that together for a sec. On a Manhattan-bound 7 train at about 8:40 p.m. Tuesday near the Vernon Boulevard Jackson Avenue stop in Queens. He just kind of grabbed it, and from there they passed it around. The 24-year-old victim told the Post by phone on Wednesday. When I fought back to try to get my phone, they jumped me. Imagine getting jumped by a bunch of 11-year-olds. You know, like that. There's that question, like, what would you rather fight? Like one like MMA fighter or like 10 sixth graders?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, man. This is kind of putting those sixth graders in perspective. Like, maybe not. Maybe I'll take the MMA guy.
I think part of it's like, obviously, like, you're an adult, you're like on fucking subway, like, you don't want to punch a fucking kid.
That's true, because like assaulting a minor is like a federal offense. Like, and it's like worse than just like assault. So like you're gonna be really, really reluctant. When I fought back, they attacked, they jumped me. He described the younger boy to cops as the primary aggressor in the incident. He was essentially provoking it. Recalled a Manhattan-based IT professional who requested anonymity because he doesn't want it getting out that he got robbed by an 11-year-old. He was just up in my face and stuff like that. Wow, but what a riveting description there, buddy. The young suspect had the stolen phone with them when they were nabbed near the Roosevelt Hotel migrant shelter in Midtown Manhattan around 10:15. So these are like legitimate little street rats. You know, like a little just like a little Aladdin's running around robbing people.
Fucking night.
Police officials said the 11-year-old was also caught on surveillance cameras using credit cards that were stolen during a series of robberies in Central Park. Damn, dude. This kid was running a criminal enterprise.
Brain of Aragua, whatever the fuck Aragua is. Maybe a location?
Maybe it's like some place in Venezuela where the kids like came from. Maybe. It's behind the migrant robbery crew and are investigating the possible connection. The gang has lower-level members operating at city-funded shelters who enlist teens and young boys.
Aragua State is one of the 23 states of Venezuela.
There you go. Go out and commemorate. Yeah, so this actually is like, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of like those gangs of kids that would go around stealing shit in like turn of the century, like Victorian era London, like the stereotypical like little Cockney kids gangs who would go around stealing shit. That's what this reminds me of. It's like the same kind of thing, but it's like that's the thing. It's like an actual criminal enterprise where like the shelters are enlisting young teens and boys to go out and commit robberies. Like holy shit! The Central Park muggings date back to at least June 27th. That's not that long. With the most recent also taking place Tuesday night. Two young-looking crooks came up to a pair of 20-year-old men at West 62nd Street in the West Drive around 10:40 and snatched their jewelry, hat, and vape pen before running off. It came less than 24 hours. Exactly. Like, there is absolutely, like, in major cities, there are absolutely places to go, like, for Venezuelan refugees and shit like that. And they will be roped into these criminal gangs because they literally are sending criminals into the United States from Venezuela. Like, the city has to protect these kids. I already read that. Mayor cannot say that the city has done an amazing job handling the migrant situation. When you see cases like this shows the city is failing. Yeah, the city's been failing for a while. Like, we know, like, since, like, how many migrants did it take for for the mayor to basically declare that, like, the migration shit will actually destroy the city? Like, that's how dire it got, and they got, like, a fraction of what, like, your average border town in Texas gets. You know, it's like, these cities are so hypocritical when they're just like, oh, yeah, we're sanctuary cities, and then they have to put their money where their mouth is, and they're like, oh, this is going to destroy us. It's like, yeah, you're fucking luxury beliefs where, you know, the problems that come about by your beliefs don't affect you, so you get to just espouse them from your ivory towers, and then when they finally, you know, knock on your door, you know, and start breaking your china, suddenly you give a shit. And you're like, oh, this can't stop, this can't stand, this has to stop. You know, it's like, I fucking hate these people, man.
I guess it like can't like from something like the perspective of like of
I guess
like,
the chat.
like I don't know, they just think that like everything is just fucking perfect. You know, they're like, oh yeah, no, they're good people. Everyone's good people. You get to like Jesus fucking Christ.
Roza has. Look at NDA. How did that not get censored, NDA? You're like the chat censor king, and that doesn't.
Called Unterspix.
Unterspix. That's an amazing name. How did that not get censored? Oh my god. Oh man. But yeah, well, you want to know the reason is that because a lot of these people, like they reduce humanity. They take the human out of humanity and they reduce people down to numbers on spreadsheets. They're very managerial. They're very utilitarian. So they view people as just completely interchangeable. So like, you're just to them, you're not a person. You're just an economic unit, and you're the exact same economic as a random dude who migrates through, you know, illegally across the Rio Grande from Venezuela. They think that you can just like bring in people, and people are like people from anywhere are the same as people here. It's like that. This is why Britain is suffering so, like, through the crisis that it's going through right now. It's because they flooded the country with people who have no ancestral ties, who have no linkage to the land that they're in, and therefore it's like this is why social housing like always turns into shit, because you're giving things to people who have no stake in it. You know, they're not the ones paying into it. They didn't earn the money it took to acquire that property, and they don't. And as a result of it, no, they don't respect it, and ends up getting all dilapidated and destroyed. Well, it's like that expands to like literally countries. You know, like you take that concept that applies to entire countries. When you flood countries, whether it be cities or states or whole nations, with like a huge number of people who don't have any ties to it, you're going to end up degrading the country. It's like,
yep.
And they don't understand that. They're just like, no, they're just, you know, they're all a bunch of little perfect little kids. You know, these are future doctors and lawyers, every single one of them. You know,
it's so fucking brain dead, dude. It's such a brain dead like mentality to fucking have. It's like, no, they're fucking not.
Yeah, it's such a naive way to look at the world, and that's the thing. It's like they claim
the ones
to
that
do
are
it.
Raised here aren't fucking future doctors and lawyers. Most of them are not.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you know, get over it.
Most people don't want to be doctors and lawyers, and like the most super productive people in the world, like. Because they look at those people and it's like, yeah, they have a ton of money and all this shit, but they also seem to be miserable. You know?
Yep.
So most people don't want to be that. So, and they're also admitting that the people aren't coming here to like enrich the culture. They're here literally to extract resources out of the host country and siphon it back to their home countries. It's literally just wealth extraction. You know?
Yeah.
So, and it's...
A lot of people fucking do that too. Like, there's like
a lot of Cubans do that.
Yeah, Cubans fucking do that a lot. But you have to understand though, like, so for Cubans, it's never really necessary that like, oh, like I just want to come here, make wealth, and send it back. It's more of like they want to come here, make wealth, and you know, because so the mentality for Cubans, right, is they want to eventually bring everyone here.
Yeah.
Right? Like the Cuban goal is never just to, you know, show up, take, and leave. The goal is always to integrate, which is why oftentimes you see Cubans start to actually like build businesses, buy houses, buy property, get into like real estate, right? Like you'll see like a lot of Cubans in Miami that are in all that, right? They dip their hands into pies and they actually try to like establish themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yes, they will send stuff back, but that's because they have family over there. They're still taking care of that family, right?
Well,
I think money here that's worth a lot more over there.
Oh yeah.
That being said, I do know some Cubans that do that, where they work here, right, and then they just blow that money over there. They go over there to visit and then just blow it over there all the fucking time. My cousin's one of those.
I feel like the Dominicans are actually much worse than the Cubans at that.
Yeah.
Because from what I can tell, a lot of the Cubans that I know, which is like you, but like, you know, just reading stories and stuff like that, and you know, just looking into like the history of Cubans in Florida and the you know, like why they're like they tend to be more right leaning than like the rest of the Hispanic population, although that's actually becoming more ubiquitously right leaning these days. Is because like, you know, JFK and the Bay and Pigs, you know, betrayal and all this kind of stuff. But a lot of usually the reason that they send money outside the United States back to Cuba is so that their family in Cuba can save up so that they can also get to the United States.
Yep.
You know?
That's a big part of it, yeah.
Which completely... I don't really have issue with that.
Yeah, it's money that realistically they're sending, and that is gonna end up coming back into the country, right? Because if they're gonna come in, they're gonna work, right? They're gonna like they oftentimes like, you know, they go for citizenships. They actually go for like the long haul. Cubans come here for the long haul when they come here.
Yeah, it's also why like
go back.
yeah, and I think it's another reason why like Cubans are so entrepreneurial, like in the Miami area especially, because when their family does eventually come over, they want them to be able to have a business set up where they can just, once the day they come over here and they're like registered, they have a job. They have, you know what I mean? Like they're not just out in the wind.
Yep.
Because I feel like Cubans, like even more than like the rest of the Hispanic diaspora, have like
more
kind of
business mentality.
Like, exactly, like an entrepreneurial, like it's like a uniquely entrepreneurial mentality to them.
Yeah, so. I think it's because like a lot of South America isn't really like yeah, they're shitholes, but they're not like communist socialist shitholes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things where you have a group of people that are used to working their fucking butts off. Working is not an issue for them. right? But not actually getting what they're fucking due, right?
Well, yeah,
So now
it's very second
coming
world.
to a place where it's like, so now they're coming to a place where it's like, oh, like, you know, I'm already used to, like, working a lot, right? I don't mind working a lot, but my work will actually amount to something. Well, I'm gonna make the fucking most of this, right? So, you know, and also, like, a lot, like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of people in, like, other, like, South American countries don't understand. Like, it's really easy to be like, oh yeah, Cuba, it's just another third world country. I don't think people understand how fucking bad how bad it can be, right? Because, like, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, Cuba's nice. Like, if you look up Cuba, right, you look up, like, images of Cuba, it's like, oh, look at all the tourism and stuff. It's like, yeah, tourism is fucking great. It's, like, one of the main things, right, that makes money in Cuba. A lot of people actually, like, will go to school to get into tourism. Right?
Well, yeah, because Cuba is this weirdly fascinating blast from the past.
Yeah.
Like, you go to Cuba and, like, it looks like the country just got stuck in the 1960s. It's
because it fucking did.
Wild. Yeah, because they literally did.
They weren't allowed to fucking trade. They weren't allowed to trade with fucking anybody, so all they had was the shit from back then. They unironically are stuck in the 1960s. Everything they have, like, all the cars are fucking ancient. Like, everything is fucking ancient. Which
is why it's so interesting to do tourism there, because it's like, whoa, this is like almost like, this is like a society that's stuck, like, what,
there's
like 60 years in the past?
That drive around. Last time that I went was 2018, right?
Mm-hmm.
We drove to go visit my grandma's family, my mother's family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mostly my grandpa's family, like my grandpa's side, moved to an area that's like near Havana, right? It's a bit of a nicer area, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, my grandma's family and my grandpa's family are both originally from like a fishing village. Can't remember the name of the fucking village. It's a weird fucking name. And it's like a 4-hour drive to get there, right? And these like shitty old cars that run on petrol. All right, like we do not have to stop for gas. The concept of not having to stop for gas was wild to me. But we literally never at any point to stop for gas. We're like, yeah, the tank's like half full. It's like, isn't it like a 4-hour drive? Yeah, we'll get there. Because like the shit like burns so fucking efficiently, it's crazy. But yeah, and so like I remember like on the way there, we passed through a town because we got hungry, and it was like a really like nice looking city, and I was like, whoa, like I was like, it looks like what you would imagine like if you're like playing like Red Dead, right? Where like you have like the streets and there's buildings, like stuff's on like either side, and there's really like only like 1 or 2 streets to like the town. It's like a shitty little town, right? In like a video game. It looks like that. And ironically, it's like that. Like there was literally like the town was like it was like an L. It was like one street, and then you could turn left, and then there's 3 exits to the town, right? There's the like south exit, the north exit, and then there's an exit to the west. And there's buildings that are along the like there's like houses and like businesses and stuff that are like along the road, mostly businesses along the road and houses like behind them and stuff, and that's it. That's the entire town.
We
stopped by like convenience store, we like picked up some stuff, and then we moved on.
You know what's weird is that I actually lived in a town like that back when I was a geologist. I actually lived in a little town like that up in Idaho. Yeah, like towns like this that you're describing actually do exist here in America, like deep in the Appalachian Mountains and like really remote parts of the country, have these kinds of towns. And the town that I lived in, it had no pavement, it had no street lights, it was only stop signs. You could send mail or receive mail twice a week, because I had one mailman, and he made the trip back to the like where you could actually like do mail trading twice a week. He made that 3.5 hour one-way direction trip twice a week. All volunteer fire department, no police. It was literally like frontier justice kind of town. So like you better not like that. The thing is, it's like that's more terrifying than having like police in a courtroom and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Like because like if you fuck with someone, you just disappear, and that's it. Like you're just gone. You just get buried under Bubba's shack or whatever, and no one knows the wiser. Which is terrifying. Which is why crime was like non-existent in this little town, just by having no police force. But like. Nothing.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's also strange because like nothing has a name. So like the grocery store is just called store because there's only one of them. So they don't have to like differentiate themselves
Yeah.
from the next one over. Like the bar, there's one bar, and it was called Corner Bar because it was on the corner of like one of only 3 intersections in the whole town. And I when I was a geologist, for 3 weeks of every month, I lived in this little town. And yeah, it's a weird life. It is a weird life living in these little remote towns like that. But they do exist here in America, is my point. I think but the thing is, like, when you think of like Cuba is, you can fit like 12 Cubas in the state of Idaho. You know what I mean? So like you wouldn't, like, there's no real part of Cuba that's like super duper remote that takes you like 3.5 hours. That's like 3.5 hours away from like the nearest street light. You know what I mean? And yet they still have towns like that all over the place in Cuba.
Yep.
Because it's so stuck in the past. Because like development has just ceased.
There's exactly. It's very small, but it's for the most part, it's a lot of little areas like that. Like, there's very few big cities in Cuba, right? And even the big cities, like I went to Havana, right? And went like the actual like city of Havana. Because like, again, like my family lived like outside of the city, like little, like a more like rural kind of area, like outside the city. And I went with my cousin. We were gonna go to Havana, and we took a bus there. And we literally walked around like all of Havana in like a few days, just walking. Like, we went there like twice, and we literally like corner to corner, we explored everything. Right? Like, he showed me around the entire city. And it, like, the concept of being able to just walk around in a city and like reach places was just so wild to me. Like, this is the big city. This is the capital. This is the big one, you know? And it's all just like, like, it's like,
you could walk the width of it in a day.
Like, yeah, pretty much. It was so wild, dude. It was so strange to just walk around, and it's just like, there were several points where we were trying to get to somewhere, and like to get to the place we wanted to go, it's like, oh, we'll just take the shortcut. It's like, we'll like walk into like a building, like a random building. It's like, is this like someone's house? It's like, yeah. And we'll just walk through like the next place. Like, it was so weird. It was so fucking weird.
And I love the 50s cars. Sounds like paradise to me. Well, it's not just the cars though. It's the problem, Tailfin.
Yeah. Like, because
like, you have to understand that like these old cars still run on leaded gasoline, and you can't. The gasoline manufacturers don't make that kind of gasoline anymore. So you have to buy a special lead additive that every time you fill up your gas tank, you have to pour a certain amount of this lead additive into the tank that dilutes into the gasoline, and that makes the gasoline leaded, so it actually works inside of what these old petrol cars. Like anybody who owns a classic car knows this. So yeah, it's a whole different world, man. It's a whole different world.
Yeah, it's wild, but yeah, like I went during like a nice time, right? Where like the like Cuban dollar was like, it was pretty good, right? Like, my money wasn't worth like that much more than like it's worth here at the time that I went. Right now, Cuban money is worth like nothing. Because the thing with Cuba is that, like, I remember, like, when I was there, I was like, oh, I should just save some money for if I come back. And my cousin was like, no, you should spend all of it now. And I was like, why? And he was like, because when you come back, we're gonna have a different currency, like 3 times over.
Ugh.
And I was like, oh. Because the thing is, right, no one's allowed to actually have wealth. And so because of that, the only real way that you can maintain that, right, because people are naturally going to accumulate wealth no matter what. It's just the way it is, right? So people understand that, like, when you have, like, when you're doing like socialism for that long of a period of time, you can't just be like, oh yes, no one's allowed to have, wealth, blah, 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 blah. Everyone has to be equal, right? The only way that you actually enforce that, because you can't just have a revolution every fucking, like, every few years to like, reinforce that, right? Because that's how you establish it in the first place. You have to establish it by force.
Right.
That's how, the only way that you can establish communism, because no one's gonna willingly give up their shit. It's not gonna fucking happen. Right? The way that you maintain it is that you have to regularly cycle the money. You have to regularly adopt a new currency and fuck your entire economy. Over and over and over again. The economy's getting good, tank it. Tank it, apply a new currency. This is the new currency. Everyone trades in their money. Everyone's equal again, right? And then it's like that, right? Right now, Cuban money is so fucking cheap. I took it with my cousin likes to go over there and spend blow her money over there.
Because you can get so much more for the same amount.
Yeah, exactly. So she works here. She doesn't have a super crazy job. I think she works a manager for a little bit more than minimum wage, right? But then she goes over there and she has so much money that she can hire bodyguards over there to just keep her safe while she's just enjoying the city.
Wow.
To make sure that she doesn't get robbed. Yeah. It's like that.
I guess think of the Bolivar in Venezuela. The Bolivar was like the fourth strongest currency in the world. And then overnight it became worthless. And they I was watching a video from Britannica, which is Callum, who used to be on the Lotus Eaters podcast, but he left. And he basically does tourism to weird, interesting places that people don't typically do tourism to. And the one he recently did was to Zimbabwe/Rhodesia. And some of the things he shows to the camera is look at this. This is a literal $1 trillion bill because that's how worthless their currency is.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it's that's how you just completely tank your currency, basically, to the point where they're printing $1 trillion bills. And that will maybe fill up a gas tank, half a gas tank. It's wow. I can't. It's hard to imagine living in a society where the currency is that volatile.
Yeah. It's just constant, right? And so whenever they redo the currency, right? No one actually really has money, so you can't have commerce, and so everyone has to they have to what's the word I'm looking for? When you take food and you have to ration it. Ration food, right? And so what happens is that you would actually go to town, right? And there would be military officials there who would have food, and they would ration it to people that would line up. People would line up to get food, and you would get a specific amount of food per household.
Yeah, bread lines,
right?
Literal bread lines.
Yeah, exactly. And oftentimes this doesn't sustain everybody, right? I'm talking, and then I need to understand, right? Imagine waiting in line. Right? And your food for the day. This is your food for the entire day. Right? Is 3 pieces of bread. Or sorry. 1 large piece of bread, right? And 3 eggs. That's your food for the entire day. And that's on a good day. Sometimes you'd get less. Right? Because again, it has to be rationed for everyone, but there isn't a steady supply of food.
Right.
Right? It doesn't work that way. So you would have people that would fucking starve. Right. I remember last time I went, I was talking to I mention every now and again, offhandedly, how I've eaten cat before.
Mm-hmm.
People were like, "What it tastes like?" It's I don't know. I found out that I ate cat later in life. So I was talking to my great aunt, my grandpa's sister, right? Who obviously lives over there.
Mm-hmm.
Last time that I went, she has a little house that's up on the hill that's behind my grandpa's house.
Mm-hmm.
And what I would do is that, again, I went at a pretty good time when we had tons of food, right? Tons of food, right? Because, the economy was, really, really good. When I went. Just happened to be,
Yeah, you got lucky.
Yeah. So I had a great fucking time. There was tons of food, there was tons of spices, everything was great, right? I was eating, I actually gained, I was the heaviest I've ever been when I came back from that trip. I'd gone up from my usual 96 pounds to 98 pounds. I gained weight.
Wow. You almost made triple digits.
Almost. It's the closest I've ever been.
I'm 2.5 of you.
But yeah, and what I would do is I would have breakfast, right? Down at my grandpa's house, and then I would have lunch later in the day. And then I would head up to my great aunt's place, and she'd be like, "Oh, have you had lunch yet?" I'm like, "No." So I would eat again. It was great. But I would talk to her a lot because I liked talking to old people. And I remember she was I asked her about the cats. I was like, "There's so many fucking cats. Why do you guys have so many cats?"
Just in case.
because there's literally cats like all over the city, just all over the place, all the time.
Because like feral
right?
cats just everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. And so she was telling me how like, oh, like your cousin brought them, right? And then we just kind of let them breed out in the street because everything goes to shit, right?
Yep.
The cats disappear.
Yeah, just in case. Yep.
Yeah. So it's obviously the younger people don't really know about that, right? But it's one of those things like the older people, like they've been around for a while, they've had to do this shit, so they know, right? So they keep the cats around, they like let them breed and stuff. So if anything happens, right, there's lots of stray cat.
So if there's a lot of cats, if you see a lot of cats everywhere, then you're in the good times. If there's not a lot of cats, you're in the bad times.
Yep, that's how you know, chat. That's how you know.
You remember back?
If you see cats all over the place, it's good times.
In South Africa, the government forced all the white farmers off the farms, and then replaced them with black people, and they immediately suffered from like a. This was recent too. This is like right before the pandemic. This happened. They immediately had like a starvation crisis because all the people they replaced them with obviously don't know how to like farm. Like this is. Yeah, almost Holodomor. They almost accidentally triggered a Holodomor in South Africa, and people were like literally like eating their rabbits and pets and shit like that. And they had to post. They were posting posters everywhere saying "Don't eat your pets," and all this other kind of stuff. And everybody was just like, "No, I'm eating my pets because you literally are killing us because because they are white. You got rid of all of the white farmers." And when I say get rid of, I don't mean they just kind of push them off. No, they literally went onto the farms and they killed a lot of them, actually.
Jesus.
Yeah, this happened recently, like within the last few years, and like overnight, people started eating like rats and shit that they were chasing down in the gutters of the streets and stuff. Like it got that bad that fast. And then they were like begging the white farmers to come back. It's like, well, first of all, you killed a bunch of them. Second of all, why would they come back?
Yeah.
Why would anybody come back? Under the same like ruling party. Like it was like, whoa. I refuse to believe rabbits qualify as pets. They are food animals. Rabbits are cute though.
Yeah, people like rabbits.
But they are tasty, not gonna lie. Okay. We got a lot to get through.
Yeah.
So let's move on. It's fine. From Unilad, man stole 100 million from Facebook and Google just by sending them random fake bills.
I want to say he stole. I say he kindly asked and then they paid. Like,
this is amazing. So Evaldis Ramasauskas.
I feel like I remember hearing about something like this.
Yeah, this is very recent. This
ago.
is published on the 15th of August. So this is only a couple days old.
Someone else did this. Someone has done this before with a different company. Because I remember this.
Yeah, this has happened before.
A similar headline.
So he scammed Facebook and Google out of a whopping total of $122 million by just asking for it. He basically just sent them emails asking them for money. So what he did is he's from Lithuania. Various others who remain unnamed posed as a computer and electronic hardware manufacturing company based in Taiwan called Quanta Computer. Between 2013 and 2015, Ramasauskas sent invoice requests from Quanta Computer to Facebook and Google, with the invoices to Google totaling a hefty $23 million, and those to Facebook coming to a whopping total of $99 million. With both companies having done business with Quanta Computers before, they coughed up the money in the belief they were paying for legitimate services, but they were just wiring money over to bank accounts in Latvia and Cyprus that were controlled by Ramasauskas. It's that simple, apparently. To explain the massive influx of money to the banks, Ramasauskas used forged invoices, contracts, and letters that appear to have been signed by executives and agents from Google and Facebook. So he put some effort into this. Like,
yeah, it's impressive.
This isn't just a fishing expedition. Like, he put some real effort into like forging like a whole like fake business. It's like on paper, basically.
Yeah.
As outlined by IGN was the first one to break this. Okay. The most shocking part of this plan is that no one from either company looked into the legitimacy of the invoices. They just paid the money. That's so good. Oh my gosh. Must have seemed too good to be true for the scammer, and that's because it was. In 2017, age 50, Rumisauskas was caught by Lithuanian authorities before being extradited to New York. Okay, apparently we have an extradition treaty with Lithuania. He pleaded guilty to one count of wire fraud, and in 2019 he was sentenced to 60 months in prison for his criminal scheme. During the sentencing, U.S. District Judge George Daniels also ordered Rumisauskas to serve 2 years of supervised release, to forfeit $49.7 million, and to pay a reimbursement of nearly $26.5 million. That's a little more than half of it, though. What about the rest of it? In short, his house of cards came crashing down, but the fact that he got away with it for so long served as a stark warning to tech companies about cybersecurity. This doesn't seem like a cybersecurity thing. It just seems like basic due diligence. Like,
yeah,
get secretaries who aren't lazy, you know? As said by acting U.S. Attorney June Kim at the time of Rumisauskas' arrest, this case should serve as a wake-up call to all companies, even the most sophisticated, that they too could be victims of phishing attacks by cyber criminals. I mean, that's all this really was. It's just an elaborate phishing scheme, and they fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. This arrest should serve as a warning that the charges and arrests in this case were made possible thanks to the terrific work.
Why do they call it phishing with the PH instead of an F?
Damn, that's a good question. I don't know. Now, I'm gonna have to look that one up before the end of the night.
It's effectively meaning the same thing.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of why that would be.
I'll look it up while you keep reading.
Okay. I have to know now. We thank the companies and their banks for acting quickly, coming forward promptly, and cooperating with law enforcement. It led to not only charges announced today, but also the recovery of much of the stolen funds. But that's the thing, though. There's still tens of millions that they haven't recovered. So, yeah, that's wild. Oh, God. Jesus, look at this next one. I'm not going to read this, but this headline is amazing. Judge orders funeral home to pay families $950 million after storing rotting bodies and sending out fake ashes. This is in Colorado. This is in my backyard. Oof. Okay. Yeah, that's odd. I'm honestly kind of impressed. The thing is, I think he was surprised too. He was like I'm going to make this elaborate scheme, but do you think that
found it.
You found it? Okay.
So this is from Merriam-Webster. Its PH spelling is influenced by an earlier word for an illicit act, phreaking. Phreaking involves fraudulently using an electronic device to avoid paying for telephone calls, and its name is suspected of being a shortening of phone freak. Common phishing scam involves sending emails that appear to come from bank requests, requesting recipients to verify their accounts, and type in personal details such as credit card information, the website that has been disguised to look the real thing. Such scams can be thought of phishing for named recipients, right? So phishing, the fish what term, right? But it seems like the reason why the PH is there in the front of it is because it's following the same trend as phreaking from phone freak. So I guess it's PH for phone phishing is basically what it means.
Okay. So it's from the word phone.
We do it over the phone.
Okay.
Yeah. Realistically speaking, yeah.
Okay.
But it's just following the same trend as freaking, it seems like.
Fucking, Tailfit says. Fucking with a PH.
Somehow.
See, the thing is, I don't think that he actually expected this to succeed. I can't imagine, because these are, the cybersecurity on these tech companies is insane. They have very elaborate, phishing, anti-phishing stuff. I know because I work for a company, not for a big tech company, but I work for a Fortune 100 company, and we have to go through trainings and all kinds of stuff. And the safeguards in place are amazing, honestly. So the fact that he actually was able to succeed is quite remarkable. And it's like it said, they still have 40 or 50 million to recover. So That's kind of wild. Like, okay, he serves his 60 days. What is that, like, or 60 months? That's 5 years. I mean, if they don't recover that money, he's just like, I'll do my 5. He gets out at the age of 55, and he's got tens of millions of dollars. Like,
yeah.
But the thing is that they're going to be watching him, and they're going to be like watching all his accounts and stuff like that. I doubt he's going to be able to actually access that money if it isn't recovered, because they're going to be watching him like a hawk. You know what I mean? So, if whatever they don't recover is probably just gone. Which, oof. Thing is, it's like, I have no sympathy for tech companies getting bilked, so I don't think there's any good actors here. But anyway, I just think it's funny. He was just like, I wonder if this will work. They just pay it. That's just funny. Oh, man. What do we got next?
Fucking wild, dude.
Illinois school worker.
I'm so glad that I ordered KFC just in case. Also, I heard about this.
Speaking of KFC,
Yep.
Illinois school worker
Fucking,
Vera Liddell gets 9 years for 1.5 million chicken wing heist, which is insane because that guy.
That's more time.
That guy got 5 years for over 100 million, and this bitch is getting 9 for only 1.5 million.
Of chicken wings.
Yeah.
You know, I vaguely know about this just a little bit. Because I was actually doing Uber like earlier this week. He was telling me about it.
Yeah, this she was initially arrested I want to say in December or something like that. So that's kind of like the initial story was broken about this, was when she was initially accused and arrested. And then now she's been proven guilty and charged and sentenced and everything. What a clucking shame. Oh, you guys had to get your lame boomer pun in there, didn't you? What's your name? David Proper. Fuck off. An Illinois school worker will spend the next 9 years in prison after she stole 11,000 cases of chicken wings worth $1.5 million that were meant for students during the height of the COVID pandemic, prosecutors said. Oh, that's why. It's related to COVID. That's why. It's related to COVID and kids. That's why she got this ridiculous sentence. Vera Liddell used her position as the food service director at Harvey School District 152 to carry out the unappetizing crime that was only unearthed after... What do you mean unappetizing? Chicken nuggets are delicious. Fuck off. After the district realized the school system blew past its budget, prosecutors reportedly said. Liddell's 68. 68 plus 9. So she could very well die in prison then. Because that means she's not going to get out until she's 77 years old. She could very well die in prison because of this. Oof. Barely a step above a nursing home, I guess. Started in the scheme.
It's a little better.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, a step above.
Yeah, well, I know because I had one grandmother that it wasn't like a nursing home. It was just like a motorhome retirement community, and I used to go over there, and every Wednesday night I'd play bingo with her, and I would always win, and all the old biddies hated me before it.
That's funny.
Oh man. Liddell started the scheme in July 2020 and didn't stop until February 2022, the Cook County State Attorney's Office said. Let's see. While she bought up the incredible amount of poultry and used a school cargo van to pick up the food, students never saw a single wing. Schools were closed, but the district near Chicago was still sending out meal kits to students in remote learning during the height of the pandemic. She was originally charged with theft and operating a criminal enterprise in January 2023. Imagine her, what are you in for? Yeah, I chopped my husband's head and cock off for cheating on me. It's like, what are you in for? It's like, I did this horrific thing. Or, what are you in for? A stereotypical black look lady.
I stole some fried chicken.
I stole some fried chicken.
They weren't very happy about it. But I was happy. Fried chicken is,
It's delicatessen. Oh, man. Liddell, who was food service head for 10 years at the district, took a guilty plea in the case before she received the 9-year prison sentence. That means that the original charges must have been for even worse if she took a guilty plea. That means she took a guilty plea to get it down to 9 years. You okay?
It's fucking funny. Yeah, I just dropped the knife.
Oh, okay.
It's okay.
A school business manager found food costs were $300,000 over budget, even though there were still months left in the school year during a routine audit that led to Liddell's arrest. Oh, it's man. Funny. It just took she didn't properly cook the books. That's what got her cooked.
Yeah.
That's funny. It's kind of sad, too, because she honestly looks like a sweet old lady, to be honest. You know? Like, she seems like...
What'd she do with the chicken, though?
I guess ate it? But she, like, stole, like, a whole truck full. She couldn't have eaten it all. What did she do with it?
Where'd the chicken go?
That's a good question. It doesn't say. That's the end.
Oh.
They came in the form of meal kits, it says. I mean, these are like, they're like frozen too, so they probably keep. She probably, I don't know, maybe she just had like some freezers. You throw this kind of shit in a freezer, it's going to last a while, you know?
I guess, yeah.
I don't know, but I have a feeling she didn't prepare like that much. Because she said she was doing this.
Hungry.
She was doing this over the course of like 2 years.
2 years, yeah.
So it sounds like she was probably like, she stole a batch, and then over the next like few months, she ate that batch. And then when another batch was ready, she just took that one, and she just kind of slowly siphoned and ate it herself, you know? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe? She doesn't look like a criminal. She looks sweet. Honestly.
I don't really know what happened. I went to go pick up the chicken for the school, and then I got hungry, and then when I got to the school, there was no chicken. So I went, I figured I must have forgotten, so I went and I bought more chicken.
One thing led to another, and all that was left
One thing led to another.
There's just bones everywhere, and I knew I needed to get more when there's just bones and. Dude, have you heard like eyewitness testimony from like black people? It's amazing.
It's always really funny.
They're like the greatest eyewitnesses ever. They're like, oh my god, it was incredible. You wouldn't believe it. Like
yeah, they're amazing storytellers.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what the fuck happened over here, but that bitch went over there, and it's like the way that they tell stories in their eyewitness accounts are incredible. Like they're so it's like a talent. It's like a legit talent. Like
it is.
It's so much more entertaining than any other like ethnic group of people that give testimony. Like there's just something about black people like they're just so good at just like talking to the camera. You stick a microphone at a camera and a random hood rat's face after like a fight, you're gonna get some gold.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I love like different like types of like Latinos are like that too. But it does depend though. Like it does depend.
Meanwhile, murderers out here getting 10 years reduced to 2 on good behavior. Yeah.
Yeah.
The justice system, this is the thing, there's, the justice system is very much a misnomer. I'll just say that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's enough about the chicken wing heists. My
KFC needs to arrive sooner.
This next one is so funny to me.
Always talking chicken is making me hungry.
Man.
Oh, dude.
Man gets monkeypox, AIDS, and COVID at the same time. I love.
Man, it must be hard being gay and Chinese.
Love her face. The face she has at the start of this video. Like, it's so good. She's just like, holy fuck, what the huh? Oh, you can't hear this chat. Hang on, I need to put desktop audio on. Dude. Okay.
It's Italian.
First patient diagnosed with monkeypox, COVID-19, and HIV all at the same time.
Damn, can you imagine getting that diagnosis? Like, doc, what's wrong with me? There's something wrong. They take a bunch of tests and they come back. It's like, well, you've got COVID and monkeypox and AIDS. Not HIV, AIDS. Like, the cosmos really does seem to be like telling gay men to knock it off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like all of these really awful disease really does seem to be transmitted through, you know, gay men. It's like, I'm sorry, but like, you know, maybe the universe is trying to tell you something. Like, maybe slow down a bit or something.
Monkey AIDS.
Monkey AIDS, yeah. COVID monkey AIDS.
Believe that monkeypox and COVID infections could happen simultaneously, but the man tested positive for COVID last month after returning from a trip to Spain. Well, he then went to a hospital seeking treatment for a rash, which turned out to be monkeypox. He was treated for both of those viruses and sent home to isolate. He was also placed on a combination antiretroviral therapy that he will need to take for life because of the HIV.
Damn. That's a tough day at the doctors. That's a tough day at the doctors, I gotta say. How hard is it for gay men to use a rubber? Well, the thing is that it's not...
If you're a doctor. I just want a fucking cash cow, boys.
Oh, I know, right? Like, oh man, I got to put this guy on like a medication for the rest of his life. I am set. Oh man. How hard is it for gay men to use a rubber? Well, that's the thing though. It's not just using rubber. It's graphic, but it's literally like the anal tearing. And the introduction of blood and feces and stuff, like that's, I know it's gross, but that's what it is. Like, it's like when you get the smegma in the wrong places, there's a really good chance that you're going to get diseases from it, and that's just the reality of it. You know, like there's a reason that it happens amongst gay men and not gay women, because women aren't, you know, pounding into each other. The way gay men do. So, I believe a certain amount of casual sex, clearly certain demographics need to slow it down a bit, though. Yeah, I mean, well, this is the whole problem. Like, there is, like, a thing amongst, like, the gay male community, you know, where, like rampant promiscuity is, like, a part of that culture. Like, they've built a culture around it. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's not... that's not a good culture. It's really not. So, I just
Smegma.
Yeah, I know.
Smegnal.
This face is just. I just love this face so much.
Yeah, it's great.
She's just like, what the fuck?
Man, that is rough.
It's rough. That's a rough. Like I said, that's a rough day at the doctor's office.
What are both the Crescent?
The Krasenstein brothers. Oh my gosh, I can't stand those two. Oh man. Okay, that was just a short, sweet thing. Now,
nice palate cleanser.
Yeah. Now we're getting
several crimes.
Yeah. We're gonna start getting into a little bit lengthier stories here. We're gonna switch over to the Olympics now. A couple of quick ones first, and then we're gonna go into a little bit more of a lengthy one. So starting with
the dancing one.
Yeah, we're gonna get into the dancing one last. So I want to go over this first. So apparently during the closing ceremony, they were playing like audience applause over the loudspeakers. And they were faking like audience applause basically in the stadium to make it sound like
pulling a fucking Kamala Harris?
Yeah, pretty much. So like this video was released. Like, look at all of these people. They're like, you'll when I hit play, you'll see them. They're like looking around because they're confused because they're hearing all of this applause and nobody around them is clapping or cheering. See, they're just sitting there still and silent.
Yeah, like what the fuck? It's so loud.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Olympic flame.
You see that, but the audio just cuts off, and then like the announcers come on because the whole thing is just piped in. Like all of the audience cheering is fake. And everybody's like super confused. You can see them all looking around like, what? Because apparently the closing ceremony did like, it was like hours and hours. It took like forever. And there was a lot of weird shit that happened. I'm not going to show it. Like there's like this weird like spiky golden man and also the weird nonsense. Like, I'm sorry, but like the whole Paris Olympics is just kind of characterized by just weird nonsense.
Yeah.
Speaking of, now that's what isn't weird nonsense. It's just fucking hilarious. Olympic pole vaulter's viral bulge leads to $250,000 adult film offer.
Holy shit!
So there's this guy that famously, he hit the bar on the way down from the pole vault with his junk, and lost the event as a result of that. And then this happened. So he went viral for that, and then this happened. So what's his name? Anthony Ammirati has managed to make headlines in just that way. The French athlete's recent track and field performance took an unexpected turn when his manhood became an unintentional hurdle in his bid for Olympic glory. So this is there's no. Here you go. So here's it happening right here. They say, what happened here? I hear Mo's like, I don't want to say it. But it like clearly gets caught.
Oh boy, did not talk it. He just didn't talk it at all.
Yeah. And it totally cost him. So that's what happened. He finished 12th. He failed to qualify for the men's pole vault event. So he wasn't even allowed to this was during the qualifiers. So he lost. Yeah. He wasn't even allowed to compete because his dick got cut up. It's just it's fucking hilarious.
Not cut up. That's different.
Caught up. Yes.
Yeah.
Caught. After going unexpectedly viral on the internet for reasons he would not have anticipated, the young athlete is being offered a hefty $250,000 to showcase his infamous asset on camera. A popular adult entertainment company, Cam Soda, has gone public with its offer to the track and field star. If it was up to me, I'd award you for what everyone else saw, your talent below the belt. Cam Soda Vice President Darren Parker told TMZ. As a lover of crotch-centric activities, I'd love to offer you up to $250,000 in exchange for a 60-minute webcam show in which you show off your goods, minus the crossbar, of course. Following his newfound internet fame, Anthony spoke out... Go ahead.
But I'll give you $250,000 just for 60 minutes of peen footage.
Yeah, not even
what do you to do for 60 minutes?
Not even banging a girl, literally just sitting there like waving it around like a helicoptering it and jerking it, I guess. Anthony spoke about his big disappointment over the outcome of the men's qualifying event. I'm a bit gutted because I didn't miss anything on the third attempt at 5.7 meters. He was quoted telling the French Athletics Federation, what I did miss was a bit of jumping in training to fine-tune the settings, just a technical session. I had to give up the last two because after a small grade 1 in the abductor, I prioritized the race. I have no idea what any of that meant. I know that they just have to, for lack of a better term, jump a lot of hurdles to, make it into the Olympics. I think that's what he's talking about here, basically. It's he just failed to clear the hurdles to even compete. I was 100% physically, but I was missing a bit of pole vault, he continued. The conditions were good. It's the first time I've started a competition without any stress. As I was a total outsider, I had only one go to play with the public. I was almost there. So apparently this isn't normally his thing, is what it sounds like. It sounds like pole vaulting isn't typically his thing. They have a poll here. What do you think? Is it inappropriate? Fair? I'm not going to click on anything because I know the moment I click on these things, the fucking ad is going to pop up or some shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't say if he actually accepted it though.
Sounds because you like acknowledged it.
Yeah, exactly. It just like the offer was made and that's it. That's where it stands right now.
Money, dog.
That's a lot of money
That's
for
a house, bro.
That's a lot. That's a down
You're
payment.
set for life.
No, he's not set for life on that, but he can get ahead
That's
for.
more than a down payment.
Oh yeah, that's more than a down payment. Easy.
You can get a house for that. But in like where you go, you can absolutely get a house for that.
Yeah, it depends on where you go. I don't know what the housing market is like in France.
Yeah, that's true.
But well, there's that. I thought that was just funny, like everybody else. Okay, now on to the main story of the Olympics. Let me now before I get into this, I am not going to show footage of the event itself because the Olympics is notorious about copyright striking people. Like they copyright struck the hell out of people during the opening ceremony debacle. So I am not going to take that risk. I knock off 50K if I could bank the star of my choice. Oh yeah, I would too. 400,000 for a good house. Yeah. I
mean, again, that depends, dude. Bro, for 400,000, you can buy a fucking castle in England.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like here, like, I mean, I'm selling my house currently for like more than 400K. So, like, it depends on where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so again, prefacing this, I'm not going to show any actual Olympics footage, but I do have footage from like previous events of people involved here. And I'm going to start off with footage of the now infamous Raygun. So, you've heard about this, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
What do you know about this story?
So apparently she... Is Raygun the one that did like the wasn't actually a breakdance, that just went around and did some fucking stupid shit? She's some like
Yeah.
What was her thing?
She did like the kangaroo hop and like the sprinkler.
Yeah, she's a fucking like activist. Is what I've learned. She basically like frauded her way into the Olympics.
Okay, so we're gonna get into that. There has been some sensationalism around this controversy. I think we've all seen like actually talented breakdancers before, and I'm not gonna sit here like
Oh,
for food's here, chat. Food always takes priority to this neck. But yeah, so this footage that I'm about to show you, chat, this was actually the performance that she did to qualify for the Olympics in Australia. So this is the performance she did that got her to the Olympics. And you'll also see here that there's this other woman here. So this other person here is named Holly Molly.
Bro, the delivery driver was just yelling my name out in the street instead of calling me.
What the fuck? I was telling chat that so you can see this video here. This video is the qualifier for the Olympics. So this is the performance that Raygun did to get into the Olympics. So Raygun is here in the red. And you can see over here this other woman in the blue. So this woman is Holly Molly, who is like the B girl, because that's what they call each other now. They call them B boys and B girls. It's kind of cringe, honestly. And Holly Molly is the one that lost this qualifier to Raygun and got Raygun into the Olympics. So I'm going to turn the music off because that's going to be the main thing that gets me hit by this. But otherwise, so this is Raygun here. It takes them a while. It takes them a while to actually like do things on the ground. There she goes. She kind of gets down there. This is kind of like There's not a lot here. There's not.
This looks fucking stupid.
There's no.
This
There's.
looks like a kid trying to do breakdancing.
This is like this looks like somebody who's like started breakdancing like 3 months ago, and they don't really have like the motor skills or whatever to do like all the power moves and stuff like that. Like they kind of have a general idea of what they're supposed to be doing, but they haven't like developed the kinetics in their body to do it yet. So this is who she lost to.
This is already better.
Who's already like much more energetic, has like the pop and lock system down a lot better. Has a lot more movement, a lot more flow. And you'll see when she gets down here.
Ooh.
See, she goes up and down. She's a lot more animated. She's not on her ass like Raygun was like almost the whole time. But so that's who she lost to. So that's like the first. That's like, and here's the thing. Honestly, this other girl was significantly better.
I posted a comparison between Raygun and a Paralympian in Discord. What?
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to show you this other video here. This, what you're seeing here, this is a competition at a Red Bull event. The woman on the left is Amy. She's the one who won gold at the Olympics. The woman on the right, 671, won bronze at the Olympics. So this is what, like, the actual winner's skill level was. So I'm going to mute the music again. Takes her a little while to get going, but... They take more time than the guys do to get down on the ground. Look how much faster. And then when she gets on the ground, which is about to happen. Come on. Get down there. There you go. So you can see, like, she actually has a clue. So this is the gold medalist you're watching perform right now. And you can tell that she's got, like, some original flows and stuff like that. Because that's a part of it is, like, originality. And transitions and stuff like that. Now, this is the other woman. And this is the bronze medalist you're seeing perform right now. And I have to say that both of these are way, way better than both of the other two that we saw. You can see, like, these two clearly have a clue what they're doing. That was pretty cool. And this goes on. This is a long video. This is an 8-minute long video. We're only 2 minutes in. I'm not going to show the whole thing, but that gives you an idea of, like, Olympic and bronze, you know, like at like Olympic medal level. And when you compare that to both of these, neither of these were anywhere close to that. You know, which really throws into question. The video is in the reaction suggestion chat. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can bring that up. Okay, here we go. So this is comparison to a Paralympian. Holy shit! Look at this one-legged guy go! Holy hell! Okay, that was pretty cool. Okay. So even like the Paralympians are like putting this woman to shame. Now, this whole thing throws into question, how in the hell did this woman make it into the Olympics? And by the way, chat, she scored, she had 3 rounds. And she scored exactly 0 points in all 3 rounds. So, you're muted, by the way, Roza. I don't know if you're trying to talk.
I was munching, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
You hear me say.
You're fine. I guess how your lips moving.
I was saying before that the other two, I thought that the bronze medalist did better doing that.
I did too, actually. I watched the whole 8-minute video.
That was awesome.
Yeah, I watched the whole 8-minute video, and I thought that the bronze medalist did better. But that's that competition, you know.
Yeah, this is really funny though.
Yeah.
Watching her just completely bro, the fucking Paralympian is fucking putting her to fucking shame.
Yeah, exactly. So this throws into
the zoom in on the Asian guy looking at her like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what was...
Did you see that?
Yeah, the more I can find it. He's like, what the fuck am I looking at? That's the thing, is that like Japanese and Koreans, like your Asians in general, like they take breaking fucking to the next level. Like, if there's a place in the world where they're like the best at breaking, it's, Asia. But this immediately got.
I feel like a lot of that the cooler aspects of culture that it seems being I don't know breakdancing, drifting, I feel like all those things kind of fall into the same sort of level of coolness, the same style of coolness.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the fucking the Japanese especially just love that shit.
Oh yeah, they totally love it. One of my favorite animes ever is oh crap, what's it called? It's Initial D. You ever heard of Initial D?
Mm-hmm.
It's like this old school.
I've never watched it. I've just played the games in arcades.
Oh, it's based off of this old school anime that's all about drift race, like 80s drift racing in Tokyo. It's a great anime. It's so freaking good. And there's 9 seasons of the show. It's a huge show. But yeah, that's a whole part of their culture over there. It's the part of their cool kids culture.
Yeah.
That I really like.
Which I must admit is pretty cool.
She has a PhD in breakdancing. Yeah, I know. Okay, so this started up a whole thing. Now, there's 2, I would say, embellished aspects of this story. One is that her husband was a judge, and they were the founders of the organization that basically did all the judging for the Olympics, and her husband was a judge, and all this other kind of stuff. That's not true. Now, her husband is her coach, but her husband, by the way, is just as bad as a breakdancer as she is.
But
she also has a PhD in this shit. And her
this?
Yeah, and her background. Well, her PhD is in breakdancing culture, and how it relates to minorities, and it's an expression of empowerment and all this other woke gobbledygook, typical academic bullshit. But and she got introduced to break because she does ballroom dancing and tap dancing, and I think one other kind of dance, I can't remember what. And then it's her husband who introduced her to breakdancing, essentially. Now, I bet you that she's probably a pretty decent ballroom dancer, tap dancer, stuff like that. That seems like something that she can do, and that's what her background is actually in. So I'm not going to sit here and diminish that. But why is she here doing breakdancing?
Yeah.
Let me see here. So there was this huge scandal. There was a petition that started that made all these claims about, the whole thing was she created the association and rigged it in her favor. And it's none of that's true. After that petition came out, it hit 50,000 or something signatures. But then the AOC, which is the Australian Olympic Committee, basically just came out and just kind of said, no, none of the, this shit isn't true. So it says like the qualifying event held in Sydney in October was conducted under the Olympic qualification system determined by the international government body, the World Dance Sport Federation, as approved by the International Olympics Committee. So the IOC didn't know how to introduce the sport, because what sports make it into, there's a series of sports that are the main, that are always going to be there, right?
Yeah.
And then there's a cycle of sports that cycle in and out. This year they didn't have Olympic baseball, for example, which is an Olympic sport anyway. I don't know why they have baseball. I have a controversial opinion. I think that if it's not related to war or combat, it doesn't belong at the Olympics.
I agree.
And that means no gymnastics, which is one of the biggest draws for the Olympics. And I don't think it belongs in the Olympics. If it has nothing to do with war or combat, it doesn't. Like rowing, absolutely is a thing of war. You know what I mean? Pole vaulting, literally getting over walls in ancient times. Anything related to track and field, anywhere from the baton race, which is literally getting a message across distances in the shortest amount of time. All of these relate to ancient warfare and stuff like that. Marathon is literally based off of a messenger running 20 whatever miles, from the battle to the city of Marathon, delivering the message and then dying immediately after. A lot of these mainstay Olympic events are based off of ancient warfare, and even pistoling and rifling, I think are fine because that's related to combat and warfare. But if it has, baseball, soccer, any of those kinds of sports, they don't belong in the Olympics. Gymnastics don't belong in the Olympics. Anything that doesn't have anything to do with war or combat should be gone. But that's just me. But like I was saying, that there's also this
I'm inclined to agree.
There's this revolving door of sports that kind of cycle in and out. And this was the first year that breakdancing was introduced, and it's not coming back next year. Now, everybody was like, haha, her performance was so bad that breakdancing got canceled. It's no, they made the decision not to include breakdancing in the 2028 Olympics, well before this Olympics even got started. That's not how it works. This stuff is planned out way, way in advance. In LA in 2028, the LA Olympics, they're having flag football for the first time. Which is lame as fuck. Really? Flag football isn't being introduced as an Olympic sport in 2028? Are you fucking kidding me? They're also introducing squash for the first time in 2028. So it's whatever. There's just a revolving door of dumb shit that doesn't belong in the Olympics, basically.
What's squash?
How do I explain squash? Here.
Oh, yeah, I think it was muted, but I was completely agreeing with you. I think anything that isn't combat, obviously javelin throwing, that makes sense, right? A lot of the Olympic sports originally were, again, as you were saying, they were all kind of celebrate they're warriors, right? They're
mm-hmm.
They're athletes, and the reason why people became athletes was for war.
Exactly. But this is squash, so it's it's in this enclosed court. So they basically racket. It's kind of like wall. You know what wall ball is?
No.
It has to bounce once and then hit the wall, and then you get one bounce, and then the other person has to hit it, and you have to go back and forth basically in this enclosed space.
You sound like games I would make up with my friend. Now I'm
yeah, they kind of are. They're like high school field games. It's like a high school field game. But there are professional squash leagues and stuff like that. And the thing is these little balls, they're hard and they go really fucking fast. This game is actually kind of dangerous because you're in an enclosed space and you're hitting this pretty hard ball at over 100 miles an hour consistently against this wall. So if you're not really paying attention, you get smacked by this thing. It's gonna hurt. Yeah. So you have to be pretty damn athletic to do this, actually. Like, this takes a lot of practice and conditioning to be able to get good at squash. So it does take some skill. But that's being introduced into the Olympics for the first time in 2028. So those are like the two kind of embellishments that
Korean barbecue is spicy. Why didn't I know this?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
I read everything.
I
made mistakes.
Oh no. But yeah, back to their statement. So they basically just kind of dispelled this nonsense. But the thing is that in a way, so what they did is they basically like they outsourced, because the IOC was like, we don't know how to like run competitions for breakdancing and how to score it and how to qualify people. So we're just going to basically outsource it to this World Dance Sport Federation, whose typical thing is for like ballroom dancing and that kind of stuff. And actually, the World Dance Federation didn't really know how to do breakdancing either. So that's when they reached out to Raygun, because she was like she had a PhD. She was basically like had like quote unquote credentials and had like competed and stuff like that. So she's like basically had the connections to know the kind of people to be contacted. And then she was like, oh yeah, in Australia, we can do this, this, and this through this organization, which is AUS breaking, Oz breaking. And it was this organization, Oz Breaking, where it was alleged that she and her husband were like the founders of it, and they rigged it in her favor and all that kind of shit. And none of that's true. The only thing that's true is that her husband is her coach, but he had nothing to do with scoring, or organizing the qualifiers or anything like that.
Yeah, he just do with why she sucks.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, is that in a way, this kind of makes it look worse, because if it was just like her and him being corrupt and rigging shit in her favor, then the system just has to get rid of those two people and then all is good. But because that's not the case, that means that the whole system is broken to the point where she was able to get into the Olympics. That's a much harder thing to fix than just getting rid of a couple people. You know what I mean? So in a way, it's actually worse. It's not as sensational.
Yeah,
but
like,
it's
actually, no, this wasn't a horrible mistake. This was a feature.
And the other thing is that like,
I don't know, man. I think you're saying it was a bug. It would have been.
Well, that's the other thing, is that like the number of people that showed up for the qualifiers, there was like maybe like 20 people total. So it was like hardly anybody showed up for this. So it was a really, really small event. So there wasn't a whole lot of barriers to get by. And it's like, I guarantee you that if I had the time, I can go find, some Oz breaking sponsored competitions across Australia that have dancers in it from Australia that are, magnitudes better than Raygun is.
Yeah.
So I think this whole thing, like, yeah, there's the sensationalized corruption isn't real, but that means that this whole Oz breaking system, this organization, is just broken as a whole. And that's actually a much more difficult thing to fix than just getting rid of a couple of corrupt people. They have plenty of time to figure it out, I guess, though, because they're not coming back for at least 8 years. So, and the thing is that, yeah, because this is the thing, will breakdance be a sport at the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics? And it's like, nope. The short answer to this article is no. And then they say which one will be able to do. So they debut, like I said, they debut of flag football and squash as optional sports, along with baseball and softball, cricket, and lacrosse, which have been in the Olympics before. So back to this, and now here's like an interesting article I came across about where the Aussies are like proud of her. Apparently, they're nicknaming her. They're nicknaming her Napoleon Vegemite. So like, like the notorious dance scene from Napoleon Dynamite. Vegemite is like an Australian food thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Funny. Good job, Australians. But So Rachael Gunn lost her 3-round robin breaking battle Friday by scoring 18-0, 18-0, and 18-0. Oof. Not 1 point. Her signature moves, including the kangaroo paw, quickly became the subject of countless memes, such as a parody sketch. Yeah, even Jimmy Fallon made fun of her, which is like, oof. That's big oof energy right there. You speak through your dance moves, Fallon quipped before joining an actress and comedian Rachel Dratch. They just basically made fun of her. Gunn's day job as a lecturer with research interests, including the cultural politics of breaking. See, just has this bullshit research, title.
Yeah.
And the role of street dance in public spaces. A former jazz and ball... Oh, that's what the other one was, jazz. So she did ballroom, tap dancing, and jazz. It's like, okay, fair enough. 36... I could see a 36-year-old absolutely being able to do all three of those.
Yeah.
Although, maybe not West Coast swing. In her 20s, after being introduced to the sport by her husband, so I already told you this. I was never going to... See, this is the thing. This is her statement. I was never going to beat those girls on what they do best, the dynamic power moves, she said. So I wanted to move differently. I wanted to do something artistic and creative, because how many chances can you get in a lifetime to do that on an international stage? Well, here's the problem, is that the dynamic power moves, that's what breakdancing is defined by. Like, that's the...
Yeah.
This isn't a place for your silly interpretive dance. This is a place for the dynamic power moves that define breakdancing. So like, what are you doing here? It's really selfish to me. And she's just literally admitting that, like, yeah, I'm not as good as the other girls. It's like, well, why isn't the Australian system finding those better girls and sending them to the Olympics then? Like, you're just self-reporting completely with this statement.
Yeah, like, you're clearly not serious about it. Just give her a fucking spot with someone that is.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, Raygun had a crack. Good on her, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. It's like, wow, like, you people don't have any desire to win then. Like, you're totally fine with participation trophies, I guess. And God forbid, someone that represents Australia who actually, like, cares about the competitive aspect and wants to win, because that's, like, the whole point of the Olympics. Like, if you wanted to just, like, do your own stuff, then make a TikTok video. Like, why take the spot of somebody who actually wants to compete and bring home a gold medal for her country so that you could selfishly do your kangaroo hop, in front of the world, Like, it's just really narcissistic. So there's, like, these idiots, these NPCs praising her and shit. And then you have the Batuta Advocate, an Australian satirical website, announced a limited run of t-shirts on Instagram celebrating the bee-girl who put the kangaroo paws of the sprinkler on the world stage. Yeah, she did the sprinkler, too. They declared a Napoleon Vegemite. And here's the thing. She did this narcissistic thing. She also, like, was accused of basically scamming the Olympic Committee into getting a free trip. And after the Olympics was over, she didn't go home with the rest of the team. She stayed in Europe to go on, like, a weeks-long vacation. And it's just like, that's not helping you against the allegations of scamming people in the IOC to get a free trip. Because the entire trip is paid for by the AOC, the Australian Olympics Committee. And it's like millions of dollars for this trip. This is not chump change. Now, granted, it's not taxpayer money, but it's still money that didn't have to get wasted on somebody who never intended to take the competition seriously. And the other thing is that, like, now that she's, like, this viral thing, like, she's gonna get offers for, like, sponsorships and interviews.
Yeah.
And she's gonna get paid a lot of money for that shit, for somebody who didn't take the competition seriously. You know what I mean? It's just like, the whole thing just reeks of selfishness.
Yeah.
She was having fun. That's the thing that resonated with everyone. Well, the thing that resonated with everyone is that she sucks at breakdancing. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see. Here we go. It's crazy because this has her performance is so bad that it has me agreeing with like SJWs in Australia. There are incredible dancers in places like Western Sydney. That's just one example where black and brown people are honing their skills and their craft in arenas not recognized by establishment institutions. Neha Madhawk, a social justice campaigner, wrote on X, "This is a reflection on the whiteness of Australian sport and of Australian attitudes." Outside of the whiteness thing, I actually agree with her. It's like, yeah, there's plenty of people of all races who are actually like trying to take this shit seriously, and now they look like a laughingstock. You know, the race doesn't have anything to do with this. But anyway, I decided to do something fun for this. So I have, you're gonna like this, chat. I have a premium subscription to X, and with that comes access to the brand new Grok 2.0.
Oh man.
I asked Grok to give me the harshest roast of Raygun it could come up with. And it gave me some good stuff, actually. I'm going to read that roast to you now. Okay? So this is from Grok. This is an AI-generated roast of Raygun, chat. All right. Let's dive into the cosmic comedy of errors. That was Raygun's Olympic breakdancing performance with the sharpness of a space pirate's blade. Fucking AI. The kangaroo hop. Imagine if a kangaroo decided to breakdance after being told it could only use its tail. That's Raygun's kangaroo hop. It's like she thought, if I can't win with skill, I'll win with zoology? Here's a thought, Raygun. Next time, try the emu shuffle or the wombat waddle. Maybe you'll start a new trend in animal-inspired dance moves. Or maybe you'll just start a fucking zoo. Scoring 0 points in breakdancing is like entering a hot dog eating contest and leaving with more hot dogs than you started with. It's not just a loss, it's a fucking mathematical anomaly. Raygun didn't just fail to impress, she redefined what it means to not impress at all. She's the reason breakdancing might be reconsidered for the Olympics, but not in the way she hoped. More like, let's not have another Raygun incident for fuck's sake. Oh, the sprinkler. Because when you think of breakdancing, your mind naturally goes to 1980s suburban dad dance moves. Raygun brought the sprinkler to the Olympics like it was the secret weapon to win over the judges. Spoiler, it wasn't. It's like bringing a fucking water pistol to a laser fight. The performance. Watching Raygun was like watching someone try to breakdance in a spacesuit. She was out there moving like she was trying to communicate with aliens through interpretive dance. Here's my message to the cosmos. I can't fucking breakdance.
God damn, bro. Grok's going hard.
Dude, Grok goes fucking hard. I had to like get it. I had to like force it. It gave me one roast and I was like, meaner, add swear words, meaner. I had to like get it to like get like harsh.
Yeah.
At 36, Raygun's not just competing, she's defying the laws of aging. Most athletes her age are considered retirement, not considering if they could still do a windmill without calling for a fucking ambulance. She's got a PhD, which in breakdancing terms stands for pretty horrible dancer. Her moves were so
That's fucking good. Holy shit.
Her moves were so academic, they could have been part of a thesis titled The Art of Not Fucking Winning. Raygun didn't just dance, she memed. Her performance has become the stuff of internet legends where instead of gold medals, she's winning gold in the most viral for the wrong fucking reasons category. Defenders say she was being original like a flat tire on a unicycle. Sure, it's different, but it's not exactly what you'd call functional, you know what I mean? So here's to Raygun, the breakdancer who turned the Olympics into a fucking zoo, got 0 points, and made us all question if we've been breakdancing wrong our entire fucking lives. She might not have won a medal, but she certainly won the hearts of those who love a good laugh. Here's hoping she finds her rhythm, or at least a good fucking chiropractor. Damn.
God damn.
Yeah, dude. Grok goes hard. Oh, man. It's so good.
God damn. That
Now-
is true though. Like, dude, it fucking like the like redefining what it means to lose. Like how the fuck you get 0 points entirely while participating in a fucking in the Olympics?
Yeah, it's...
Like that is like it's one thing to like, oh, I fucked up, so I got disqualified, so now I have like, you know, no answer for like my points, right?
Mhm.
I'm disqualified. But this is like literally 0. Like you were given a 0. You're allowed to compete, you're allowed to show your stuff off, and not a single person can find a fucking point to give you.
Hang on. The chat says that you're echoing.
Echo!
Why would you be echoing? Oh, it's because I have desktop audio on. Okay, you should be good now. Say something.
Okay. Hello. I'm dying because I'm eating Korean barbecue chicken.
You should be okay now.
I'm not. I need water. Be right back.
Go get some water. I have a surprise for you when you get
Wait.
back.
I was supposed to have a soda with this food. Where'd my soda at?
Did they fuck you over and not give you a soda?
I think so.
I award you no points and may God have mercy on your soul. I'm telling you, chat, Grok is better than ChatGPT because Grok is Twitter's and it is unfiltered. It doesn't have a bunch of, you know, woke filters and shit, and you don't have to like force it to like, you know, say certain things. Like I told it to be harsher, and it just did it. It was like, okay. I said now add swear words, and it was like, okay. Like it has no problem. It doesn't give you disclaimers like this could be offensive or anything like that. It just does it. It's great. It's worth the premium subscription to Twitter just for Grok because it's so much better than ChatGPT. New Grok is good. Old Grok is bad. Yes, exactly. That's why Grok 2.0 specifically, which is like actually not even full release. It's actually in beta right now. But Grok 2.0 is great. Old Grok was left-leaning for a while because of old Twitter content. Yeah, it was. But new Grok, Grok 2.0 is great. A definite recommend. Huge improvement over the OG Grok. New Grok is middle lane, equal opportunity bowling. Yep, and that's exactly what I want it to be. I want it to be an equal opportunity offender. Let me know when you're back, Roza, also. Because I have a surprise for both of us. In fact, I'm going to actually post it to her right now. Make it the private chat. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Is it me or chat, or does Roza get fucked over at least half the
I'm
time
back.
when it comes to food delivery?
I just realized something. I didn't just get fucked over on my drink.
Yeah? What else?
Hold on.
You get fucked over at least half the time when you order food.
It used to be like almost never.
It seems like it's really frequent. It seems like it's basically a coin toss these days.
Oh, I know, yeah. It was just a beverage.
Well, at least it was just that, I guess.
In my head, I was like, oh no, they didn't bring me fries. But I remembered, oh yeah, I asked for coleslaw. And I do have it. I
Okay.
just already ate it. Hee
Okay. So, I just read this great roast of Raygun made by Grok. And in fairness, I asked Grok to roast each of us as well.
Oh.
I want us to read our own respective roasts. I posted yours in our private chat. I will go first.
Okay.
Yours was more, I think, content appropriate than mine. But okay. I'm going to read chat. Now I am going to read Grok's roast of me, Wandering Helmsman. Oh, Wandering Helmsman, where do I even begin? You're like the human embodiment of a Wikipedia page that's been edited by someone who thinks The Matrix is a documentary. Here's your roast, served with a side of extra crispy. Gaming opinions. You think giving a game an 8 out of 10 is like giving it a Michelin star, but in reality your reviews are about as insightful as a goldfish commenting on oceanography. It's current year argument, mate, your takes are so outdated they're practically vintage. You're the kind of person who'd argue that the Da Vinci Code is a historical document. Your understanding of culture is like watching the Emoji Movie and thinking it's deep dive into modern communication. You tweet about shame and narcissism like you're a philosopher, but really you're just a guy in his basement probably wearing a t-shirt that says, I'm not arguing, I'm just explaining why I'm right. If you were a video game character, you'd be the NPC.
I wear that t-shirt.
You'd be the NPC that everyone skips because you only say the weather's nice today, but in a tone that suggests you're about to reveal the secrets of the universe. You're so... I don't know why this would... You're so in love with the idea of robots being too good for us. You'd probably marry a Roomba if it could say I love you in binary. I don't understand where it got that
from.
Where
did that come from?
I don't know. Your posts on X are like a mixtape of every internet argument ever with the volume turned up to I'm definitely right, you're just not enlightened enough to see it. If Wandering Helmsman was a dish, you'd be a pot roast left in the slow cooker for too long, overcooked, overthought, and everyone's wondering if it's time to just order pizza instead. Remember, Wandering Helmsman, in the grand tapestry of the universe, you're the thread that's slightly unraveling, but with such conviction that it's almost endearing. Keep wandering, but maybe take a map next time.
This is fucking great.
Okay.
Alright, my turn.
It got you, pretty like specifics. It found some specifics about you that kind of freaked me out, actually. But anyway, I will let you have the floor with Grok's.
Let's dive into the roast of Roza Coatl, or
Do
as
it.
she's also known as Ginny Mercury, the snake devil with more transformations than a chameleon on a disco ball. Roza, you've changed agencies more times than I've changed my mind about what to have for lunch. From Haven X to 4v Live, then Lucid, those two are the same. And now Indy! You're like the VTuber version of a career nomad. What's next? A stint with the Galactic Federation? You stream like you're trying to solve world peace, but really you're just playing video games and complaining about your socks being too tight. That's true. These are way too tight, you say? Well, maybe if you didn't spend so much time in snake form, you'd know how to pick the right size. Okay. You've got more drama than a Shakespearean play. From slurs to hating on lolly content. I don't hate on lolly content. Kind of. You're like the VTuber who always has something controversial up her sleeve. Or should I say upper scales? Your ex posts are like a roller coaster of I'm here to save the planet to I just got 35 cans of pussy, thank you. You're either saving the world or thanking for, well, let's not get into that. It was 42 cans. You claim to have actual problems, like bills and food, but let's be real, your biggest problem seems to be deciding which form to take for your next stream. Oh no, my scales are too shiny today. Your fans love you for your hardships, but let's be honest, your biggest hardship is probably choosing between two equally bland video game characters to cosplay next. You talk about making money like you're about to buy out Elon Musk, but let's not forget, your biggest financial move was probably when you got those 35 cans of, well, let's just say it's a lot of cans. It was 42 and they were free! You're a shapeshifter, but your personality seems stuck in edgy teenager mode. Or, some of us have actual shit to do, you say. Yeah, like figuring out how to make your next stream less about your wardrobe malfunctions. Wardrobe malfunctions?
How does it know about your feed streams? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. I don't know.
Read that last slide.
Remember, Rosa, this roast comes with love and laughter, because if you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at? Keep slithering through life with that rebellious streak. But maybe next time, choose your battles wisely. Like, maybe not with your socks or cans. Man. Damn.
It knew a lot more specifics for you than for me.
God damn. It knows about my fucking feed streams.
Yeah, that's what's so strange about it.
It really clung onto the fucking cans of pussy, too.
Well, to be fair, I told it that one specifically. I said, instead of the original thing, call it 35, or call it cans of pussy. And then it made up the number. I don't know where it got the number from.
I see.
I tweaked mine. I tweaked mine a little bit the same way. Like it'll give you like a good like starting point, and then you can go in and it's like, okay, now replace that with this and this with that, and swear a little bit more. And then it'll just do the same thing, and it'll just do what you said. It's great.
To be fair, you have it hanging loose for 2 years? That's true. That is true.
Grok kind of mean, though. Well, here's the thing, is that these roasts...
That's the point.
Yeah, I initially told it to roast, like, all three of us, and then I was like, okay, now be meaner. Now be more savage. Now swear more. Like, yeah. I had to, like, tell Grok to push it more and more and more. Until it got to this point. But, like, the fact that it'll actually go here is fantastic. Because I didn't have to push it that much. I think I had to do it, like, 2 or 3 times to each of us. And this is what it gave me. So...
Have you seen those fucking videos of hey, like, AI, I want you to, draw me, angry corn, right? And then it's, like, angrier. 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 Mm-hmm. Angrier. And it's just, like... It's just, like... It just keeps spiraling into, like, absurdity.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Fucking love those videos.
A little bit more... This is still on the Olympics, but I came across this article that I thought was actually interesting. And that is that the hosting of the Olympics has become financially untenable. So... I'm going to get through the intro here. Let's see. The non-governmental sports organizations aiming to take a more frugal and greener approach than in years past. This will be the first Olympics since Sydney where the total costs are coming in under $10 billion. That's because the IOC was running out of cities willing to host this thing. It's become pretty clear to cities that under the old regime, these were real financial debacles for the cities involved and wildly expensive with little hope to make money back in the long run. And then they say some economists and researchers argue that a truly sustainable Olympics will need to look a lot different than the games we know today. They're talking about how really, it's become like extremely bloated. It takes so damn long, and it requires so much infrastructure that almost every city that it's hosted in has to invest a fuck ton of money to get it to make all of these facilities. And then because all these facilities are so specific to Olympic events, they just, once the Olympics are over, they don't get used again and they just rot, basically. And they're saying that like this whole thing about like going out to all these different cities across the world every 4 years is basically just like an untenable solution. Like they can't keep doing it because the Olympics have become too big and cities just can't afford to host them anymore. And that immediately made me think of this. How the Olympics ruin cities. And the case study is the Rio 2016 in Rio de Janeiro in 2016. And this was like an infamous Olympics for how much it devastated the surrounding area. So the favela, so in the run-up to the Rio 2016 Olympic Games, the favela community of Via Autodromo was virtually destroyed. Well, it wasn't virtually destroyed. It was actually destroyed. It sat on prime real estate at the water's edge in the up-and-coming West Zone neighborhood. Dwellings were demolished, and hundreds of families were pressured to leave. Yeah, they literally, like, demolished whole, like, little favela towns and forced people out to build the facilities for the Olympic Games in Rio. Which is like, yeah, that's very ethical. Rio was a shithole already. Yeah, they made it a more... That's the thing, though, is that they now... Well, here, we'll get into it. So this is one of the 22,000... This is like 22,000 households were evicted in the build-up to the Rio Games. That's like... That's whole giant fucking neighborhoods of people. You know?
Yeah.
Whether it's young people and local businesses left traumatized by evictions due to the London 2012 games, the elderly tenants whose homes were destroyed to make way for the new national stadium in Shinjuku ahead of Tokyo. So even in like more developed cities like Tokyo, this displacement shit happens. Fighting for their camp ahead of the LA 2028 Olympics. Now, LA is interesting because LA hosted the games back in 1980. Was it 1980? Might have been 1980. I think it was. I think it was the 1980 Olympics. It was at the 80 or the 84 Olympics. It was hosted in LA. And those Olympics went really, really well, actually. I know because my parents attended it. And they tell me the stories of like how they logistically did it and how smoothly and cleanly the whole thing happened. And now they're saying that, like, yeah, it's going to be a problem in 2028. It's like, how does this city who, like, already has infrastructure... It's like one of the few cities I can think of on the planet that already has pretty much every facility necessary to facilitate the Olympics. You know? Like, they have all the stadiums. They have clean... They have ocean ways where they already run triathlons and stuff like that. So that's all taken care of. Like, they're already set up for it, and yet this same shit's gonna happen. So going back to the Rio Olympics, the planning to host the Olympic Games is a huge undertaking. Usually it takes around a decade, with a significant amount of that time spent building physical infrastructure, from stadiums to transport networks. For Rio 2016, the city installed a BRT system to connect different parts of the city to Olympic zones. Because that's the thing, like, the Olympics have so many events that require so many different large arenas that they don't all happen in one place. They're like, the events are spread across the whole city. But the Olympic Village is in one place, so they have to set up these transportation networks that go from the Olympic Village to all of these different arenas across the whole city. And it's like this massive undertaking to figure out the transportation network for the games. So, like I said, they built... in the preparation for the Paris 24 games, extensive construction is underway in various areas of the French capital to build the Athletes Village and the Medea Village. Hosting is often vaunted as a tool for urban regeneration. Construction tends to be situated in deprived areas. Rio's BRT system accounted for around 20% of all evictions in the city, including the wholesale removal of entire communities. Like, that's fucking awful, dude. Like... you know, we're going to bulldoze your whole fucking community because, you know, some fucking soccer game has to happen here. Like, this is fucking wrong on so many levels.
Yeah.
Residents and businesses in St. Ouen, a deprived district in the north of Paris, have been told they need to leave in order for construction to begin. So that, yeah, it's even happening in more developed places like Paris. Like, this shit happens everywhere the Olympics goes, essentially. And there was, like, a ton of problems. At the Rio Olympics, they had like sewage like running into the water that they were swimming in, and all this other kind of shit. The Olympic Village like literally got flooded with shit water. It was like a horrible situation at the Rio Olympics. So let me see here. Legacies are not exclusive. Even as the money is being spent and preparations are underway, much is written about the missed opportunities. Whether it's investing in grassroots sport facilities or developing sustainable tourist experiences, there is a sense that the investment and energy put into the games would be better deployed elsewhere. So I'm not. This article goes on for a bit more, but the whole point that I just kind of came across, I didn't get too deep into it. because I know we had to move on. But essentially, like, the Olympics are way too bloated, and they're actually, like, destroying, like, whole sections of cities that they get hosted in. And no city seems to be safe from this phenomenon. And so the IOC is basically being forced to, like, rethink the way they do the Olympics wholesale. I would not be surprised if in the future they stop doing the thing where they just go from city to city, like building billions of dollars worth of new infrastructure and forcing people out of their neighborhoods, you know? And instead they just, like, pick, like, one city in each continent. Or maybe they pick, like, 6 cities across the globe that covers, like, every continent. And they're like, we're just going to... And they build the facilities there. And they say, we're just going to rotate the games between these cities just over and over again. So we don't have to rebuild shit, you know? And that way we're not...
The Olympics should just be held in Olympia. Just build a tourist trap.
Yeah, honestly. 100%.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, to me, that's the best solution. You just build it in one place. Go back to Olympia, Greece, and build a permanent facility, and then everybody from around the world just gathers in Olympia every 4 years to do the games. You know, like...
Yeah, makes sense.
But, you know, back then, though, it wasn't, like, a global thing either. So, yeah, they do that, but maybe they do, like... Maybe they build, like, an Olympia, or, like, an Olympics grounds area in one place in each continent, you know, and then you just rotate. But either way, what this whole thing, the limited amount of research I did indicates that basically the whole Olympics system is, like, unsustainable, and it's hurting the companies or the citizens and the neighborhoods of the cities that host it, and it needs to stop. So, Patho! Hi, Patho!
Hi, Patho!
Patho's in chat.
I'm in love.
Nice, good, sunny weather. Yeah, it is right there. It's a Mediterranean city, isn't it? It would be a massive tourist trap. That's for sure. But I'm going to move on from the Olympics. We're going to get into some gaming stuff. First, a little bit of an interesting story here. Valve banned The Verge from its secret deadlock playtest for leaking information on the game. And that the publication claims it's under no legal obligation to pull its story. So it seems that Valve was in a minor scuffle with The Verge. The dispute has not come to legal swings, but the Half-Life publisher has banned the tech publication from a secret closed beta test of a new MOBA that nobody is supposed to know about, but everybody does. I think even Grums posted about this, saying, like, hey, the secret's out about Deadlock, and it actually looks pretty cool. But it wasn't supposed to get out there, though. And The Verge just put it out there anyway. And so, as a result of that, they banned The Verge from ever touching their games or anything else again. So for months, data miners have been dribbling information on a secret Valve project that has gone under at least 3 codenames: Neon Prime, Citadel, and now Deadlock. People have described it as a MOBA that combines elements from other similar titles like Dota 2, Team Fortress 2, and Overwatch. Fair enough. It's not my kind of game, honestly. Yeah. I don't give a crap about hero arena shooters like this. It's why, like, that game Mecha Break, like, made huge waves recently, because you could, like, customize a sexy waifu that you never see.
The second I found out the gameplay was, I completely lost interest.
Yeah, I played it for like half an hour, and when I realized that it was basically like a hero arena shooter, I was just like, no, I'm done. Like, the sexy waifu, customizable waifu isn't going to keep me in this game. I don't like this kind of game. But
you better hop with Deepy Nini.
But there's a lot of people who do, so fair enough. Over the weekend, Valve gameplay footage that's already floating around, so it means unannounced. It is no longer a secret. Over the weekend, Valve massively expanded its closed beta testing. By some accounts, the playtest reaches 12 to 16,000 concurrent players. Well, it's doing better than Concord. One of Valve's beta invites went to The Verge, founding member and senior editor Sean Hollister, who subsequently penned an expose of the game on Monday. I mean, okay, so Hollister makes it clear that he did not sign an NDA. That was my immediate question. Like, were there NDAs involved? So he did not sign it, and he got access to play it anyway, or any other written or verbal agreement. The invitee didn't even come with an existing embargo notice. He also points out that he is convinced Deadlock is a legitimate Valve production. So when he receives a no-strings-attached invite to play Deadlock on Steam, Steam claims the game is made by Valve. It displays Valve's copyright logo when it launches, and its executable is digitally signed by Valve Corp. The game's directories contain Valve legal notices and numerous other text files that reference Valve, and it feels like a Valve game. Though Valve didn't respond to my request for comment, I'm completely convinced that it's legit. So I guess he got invited to play Deadlock on Steam, but it wasn't revealed who the maker of the game was. It was just like, he just kind of found out because it's like, it's got Valve all over it, basically. Hollister goes on to describe some of the aspects of the gameplay. His piece also includes screenshots and a short looping GIF of a zipline mechanic found in the game. Shortly after publishing his story, Valve fans became outraged at the audacity of The Verge for publishing a story on Deadlock because it was supposed to be a secret. Many falsely accused Hollister of breaking an NDA. Others pointed out an implied NDA agreement displayed in the game. Yeah, but an implied NDA is not an NDA. So
yeah,
that doesn't count. However, the disclaimer is more of a request than a binding agreement. Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't have to sign anything, then it's not binding in any way. So he didn't have to like hit OK to accept it. It was just there. So yeah, that's not binding at all. Early development build. Deadlock is still in early development with a lot of temporary art and experimental gameplay. Disclaimer reads, do not share anything about the game with anyone. Okay, so it explicitly says don't share anything, but he didn't sign anything. So there's no guarantee that he read it, because it didn't like have like a checkbox that says like, I have read and agreed to all these statements. So I'm kind of on, strangely, I'm on the Game Journo side here. Like, I hate Game Journos with a passion, but I think Valve didn't do their due diligence on this one. If they didn't want people to share say anything about the game with anyone, then they should have made that a legally binding thing. That seems like an
Never just trust people to chat. Never.
Yeah, especially Game Journos. Like, it's their job. They get off on getting scoops. Like, they can't wait to leak everything because they want to be the first one to like put stuff out there. Like, what? Oh man, why would you just take? It seems really it seems like a serious oversight on Valve's side of things. Honestly, if Valve was concerned about leaks, why does it suggest invite your friends to the playtest of the title screen? Having 12,000 to 16,000 players in a beta test and inviting them to ask their buddies to join is not the best way to keep development under wraps. I agree with that completely, actually. Fellow senior editor Tom Warren came to Hollister's defense on Twitter, reiterating that the invite came with no legal strings. He also confirmed that the so-called, by fans, not Valve, informal NDA pop-up disappears when hitting escape instead of OK, and allows the user to play without agreeing to the notice. Yeah, exactly. There is nothing binding about anything. Like, turns out Valve was not fine with me trying Deadlock with friends. Hollister added in an update to the article, I've been banned from matchmaking. Oh well, please feel free to make fun of me in the comments. Forbes notes that this is part of being a publisher or porter or publication is under no obligation to sit on a story that nobody else is publishing unless it has entered a legal agreement not to. Yeah, 100 agree. Like, game journals are dicks who are going to leak things unless you make them sign some legally binding thing that says that they won't. Otherwise, they will. Of course they will. Why would you expect anything different? I'm surprised that this Hollister guy is the only one that published anything. Like,
same.
Journals are trash. Yeah, it's like, why would you trust journals with your word? With their at their word? Why would you do that, Valve? Journo was technically correct, but they knew what the consequences would be. I mean,
once you mean like getting your name out there?
Yeah, like, what consequence? Like, I didn't sign anything. I was not legally there was nothing legally preventing me from, telling the world about what I saw. Why would I expect consequences from doing what game journals and literally anybody outside, not even a journal, because he invites his friends who aren't going to be journos. They could have leaked shit too, and they were under no legal obligation to keep, shit close to the chest. Why would he expect recourse when Valve clearly didn't do their due diligence here?
Yeah.
I hate the fact that I'm taking a game journo's side. It makes me feel gross, chat. It really does. But Valve seems to have dropped the ball on this one and basically trusted game journals at their word, which is about the dumbest thing you could do. So, if you can't trust a person on a handshake contract, then you can't trust that person, period. Well, you could. That's why you get legal shit involved. So trust is taken out of the equation. That's why you have NDAs and stuff like that, because those negate the trust element completely. I'm sorry, but game journals are bad, and Valve assumed that they were good. That's a mistake on Valve's part. And Texas handshake agreements are still to this day legally binding. Well, they weren't in Texas. I'm saying you can't trust. Yeah, that's
also, wait.
Yeah, and it's Valve's fault for trusting journos.
Agreement, how do you? What if there's no one else there? How do you prove it happened?
Texas knows what it's all about. Well,
Texas is retarded.
A legally binding handshake seems kind of crazy to me. Because I could literally take someone to court and said we shook on it, and that's legally admissible. That's kind of crazy to me, to be honest.
Yeah. I
could just lie and say we shook on it, and even if the other guy goes, nuh-uh, I can be like, yes, we did, we shook on it. How could that possibly be used in a court of law? Because it's completely hearsay.
Yep.
That seems crazy to me.
Has to have one witness.
Well, I'm taking the journals.
Okay.
I'm not taking anybody's side.
I'm taking it to court. I'm taking Helmsman with me, and he's gonna agree that he saw it. Isn't that right, Helmsman?
Yeah.
You saw me shake hands with that guy.
Totally.
You said, give me $1 million to breathe down his neck in a weird way.
Totally. Thanks for buying me.
Yep.
That Corvette.
Yep.
Evidence is the problem. You do have to establish it took place. Okay, that's fair enough then. If there's proof that the handshake took place, that's not just Uncle Bobby Joe witnessed it, but if you have video of it happening or something like that, then yeah, that's fine. I feel like that's okay. If you have proof of a verbal agreement like that, I could see why that'd be totally fine, honestly. Handshake agreements require a third party to witness it by the... Okay, so it's not just hearsay. Okay, there is actual proof of the handshake happening. Okay, I'm totally fine with that. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You say I'm taking the journo's side by pointing out that they're dirtbags. It's well, I'm saying that Valve dropped the ball by trusting game journos. Why would you do such a stupid thing, Valve? That's it's.
Why would you expect people to not do their job?
Yeah, exactly. The thing that gets journos on the map is leaking shit and causing controversy. Why would you give them the breathing room to do that outside of, legal means? That's, when a dog, kills a rat or whatever, or does something gross, it's don't get mad at the dog. It's just behaving within its nature as a dog. It's the same thing with game journos. Game journos lie and they leak and do all this awful shit because it's in their nature. So you have to use legal language to prevent that nature from, you know what I mean? Don't get mad at the game journo for behaving like a game journo. You didn't protect yourself from that, and it bit you, Valve. That's on you. So, as much as I hate game journals, I don't have any sympathy for Valve here. They fucked up. You're pointing out the comedic irony? Oh, yeah, I mean...
Like, you know, if you, like, walk into, like, the fucking, like, ghetto and start waving $100 bills and you get robbed, yeah, you know, the person that robbed you did a bad thing, but you're a fucking idiot.
I noticed that too, Purple. I do need to get a new font for chat because it's, like, impossible to read. I will fix that as soon as I can. But, yeah, this is... I didn't read this before showing it to you. So it's interesting how I'm like, wait a minute, Valve's the one who fucked up here.
Yeah. That's funny, though.
Anyway. Okay, this next one, we're going to get into Disney. Disney did another dumb thing because can't go a day without Disney doing a really stupid thing. Hi, I'm a professional drama shit stirrer and liar. Please trust me with your secrets. Yeah, exactly. Like, and Valve was like, okay, that's on Valve, you know? So Disney did a really interesting thing lately. A really awful thing. So they basically tried to get...
Talked about this.
They tried to get a wrongful death lawsuit tossed out because the guy suing on behalf of his wife, the wife died from like a food poisoning incident or whatever.
She died from an allergy.
From an anaphylactic shock
to food that she had.
And then he sued Disney for wrongful death, and they're trying to get it tossed out because he agreed to a non-binding arbitration clause that's like buried within the terms and conditions of the free trial of Disney Plus.
Yep. Which
is it's Disney levels of sliminess. Like from a PR perspective alone, this is a horrible move. The guy didn't even ask for a lot. He asked for like $50,000. Like Disney pays like $50,000 more than that every day to their legal team just to like as overhead. Like that's nothing to them. And they're like, no, fuck you. God. Okay, so here's the story. Disney asked a court to dismiss a wrongful death lawsuit filed by a widowed husband because he signed up for a free trial of Disney Plus and purchased tickets to its theme park, according to court documents. So apparently, even when you buy a ticket to the theme park, you also sign this contract, which is insane. I don't remember the last time Disney did a thing. It wasn't awful. Well, yeah, you have to kind of think about it quite a bit to think of one. Jeffrey J. Piccolo first filed the lawsuit on behalf of his deceased wife, Canaporn Tongswan, in Central Florida on February. Court documents said Tongswan died on October 5th, 2023, from a severe acute allergic reaction after dining at Raglan Road Irish Pub and Restaurant at Disney Springs, which is an outdoor shopping entertainment complex at Walt Disney World. I actually know of that place. I didn't eat there, but when I was in Florida, I went to Disney Springs, and I actually did almost eat there.
Could have died. Actually, not really. You don't have allergies, do you?
Not like that. I don't have anything fatal like that.
You could have watched someone die.
Maybe. Tongswan had... Yeah, well, I went in... When did I go? September? I went in September, so this was like a month before this happened. Tongswan had severe dairy and nut allergies, prompting their family to eat at Raglan Road Irish Pub and Restaurant because they believed it would have the proper safeguards. And that's the thing, that Disney restaurants actually are like really, really accommodating for for food allergies. Court documents said Tongswan and Piccolo asked a staff member on numerous occasions if the establishment served allergen-free options, which they said a staff member confirmed. But Tongswan, a doctor from New York, was taken to a hospital after collapsing in Planet Hollywood. According to court documents, a medical examiner's investigation... why did I lose my place there? Determined that her cause of death resulted from anaphylaxis due to elevated levels of dairy and nut in her system. Disney failed to educate, train, and/or instruct its apparent agents at Raglan Road, including but not limited to employees, waiters, waitresses, chefs, managers, workers, and/or cast members to make sure food indicated as an allergen-free on the menu and/or food requested to be made allergen-free was in fact free of allergens. Oh, that was a mouthful. Piccolo requested in excess of $50,000 of damages from Disney and the restaurateur's operator, Great Irish Pubs Florida Inc. And that's the thing, like, this restaurant isn't, like, run and operated by Disney. Disney just rents the space out. They're just landlords.
Yeah.
They don't actually do any of the employment or training or anything like that at this restaurant. It's fully independently run. They just pay Disney rent money.
Yeah.
But the thing is that when you're like a landlord, there are like, you have like duties to protect and all these other kind of like obligations. So they are still kind of on the hook to a degree. And the thing is that this is such a small amount to them. Like, this guy's wife fucking died, you know, in a horrible, unexpected way. Just give him the $50,000, man, and let him grieve. God. Like, just PR wise, just who cares? Like, this is the waiver right here. Says you and Disney agreed to resolve by binding individual arbitration as provided below all disputes, including any related disputes involving the Walt Disney Company, its subsidiaries, or its affiliates, except for one, any claim within the jurisdiction of a small claims court, consistent with the jurisdictional and dollar limits that may apply, or blah, 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 blah. So basically, arbitration is basically like forcing them to settle out of court. So there's like no discovery process. And the judges are typically picked in favor of the company. Now they argue that like arbitration is better for people because it happens faster and costs less, like in lawyer fees, to do like an arbitration settlement. But the thing is that people have the right to their day in court. That's the thing. And that's what people are signing away when they sign this, you know, at the bottom, you know, this is buried like in the smack dab at the middle of a 20+ page fucking legalese jargon. You know, they can scroll to the bottom and hit accept. They're not going to read this shit. And they don't realize that they're signing away like their rights to their day in court. Like, that's fucking horrible. And this is the thing. This is the thing that blew me away. The Walt Disney Company, its subsidiaries, or its affiliates. Do you have any idea the size of that umbrella? That means that if you sign up for a free trial of Disney Plus, you have basically signed away your right to take Disney or anything affiliated or associated with Disney to court. And I got this. Check this out. I fucking... Hang on. How do I bring it up? I got this infographic. Look at this shit. Look at this.
Holy fuck.
This is the map of everything that Disney owns. Like, look at this fucking... Look how much shit is under the umbrella of Disney. You know, all this shit under ESPN, Hulu, UTV, all of these media companies, all these... GoPro, like, Parks, Experience,
ABC.
ABC, like, look at all this shit. Sky, National Geographic, 20... Like, you have signed away your rights to basically get your day in court to literally everything on this image. And it's like, it's insane. I also looked up, I went to this, I did some research into forced arbitration, and I found this list of brands that use arbitration clauses. Look at this. Like, just for like consumer goods, microwaves, like you see like GE is on here. And the LG, Samsung, more GE, LG, Black & Decker, Kenmore, more Samsung, Whirlpool, Bose, Sony, Acer, Alienware, Dell, Microsoft. Imagine the same infographic from Microsoft. Epson, Kodak,
Jesus.
Polaroid, Google, for their phones. Motorola, LG, Nokia, so basically every fucking phone company. I mean, Philips, Vizio, like, they all have the same thing, and they all have the same boilerplate language. It's like us, any of our affiliates, any of our associations. So it's like our entire umbrella, which means that you sign up for just like a few services, and you've like signed away your right to take like half of the major companies in the country to court, which is like incredibly predatory.
Yeah.
I mean,
that shouldn't be fucking legal.
I looked up this too, like the 6 corporations that own all the media. So this one guy, Sumner Redstone, he owns all this shit. Like, look at like all the Nickelodeon stuff: Spike, Showtime, Epic, CBS, BET. You know, all this internet stuff, print stuff, video games, CBS. Who the fuck cares about CBS games? Here's Bob Iger and Disney. Here's all the shit he owns. Video games, GameStar, I don't know, whatever. All this print stuff. Jeff Bukes. See, this is like a lot of, CW, all the Warner Brothers shit. CNN. So it's like, you sign this clause that's in any of these companies, and suddenly all of these companies you can't sue. There's Rocksteady. But it's, so it's like, if you've signed this agreement for just like maybe like half a dozen terms and conditions that you agree to, you have signed away your right to sue all of these companies, pretty much. Or like a huge chunk of the business world is like immune from being sued by you, which is absolutely insane, and there's no way this should be legal. Which is kind of wild because Disney, if they'd have just given the guy $50,000, no one would have known about any of this shit. And now that they did this, it looks really bad PR-wise. And everybody is now aware of this super predatory clause, and I would not be surprised if all of these companies just got fucked by Disney. Because there's like a good chance that this arbitration clause is going to become illegal in contracts. So it's like, thanks Disney, good job, for you fucked over this guy so that you could potentially fuck over all of these companies that use this clause to shield themselves from getting sued and going to court. And it reminded me, I did some research into the Reedy Creek thing, because I wanted to go over it, but I don't want to get into it because I can go on for an hour easy about the Reedy Creek stuff. But the Reedy Creek is just another one of those evil things that Disney has been engaged in since its inception. Because I don't know.
What is this?
Do you know anything about Reedy Creek?
No.
Okay, so back in the 60s, when Walt Disney was still alive, he had the dream. What is it? It's called the experimental. Oh man, what does it stand for? Let me do it. Control F. Hang on. See if it's in this. It's not in this one. It might be in this one. No, I want... There we go. There we go. Epcot. There we go. The Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow, which is what Epcot stands for. So Walt Disney had this crazy dream of basically building a city that was fully functioning all on its own. And that's what the city was, the Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow. And he wanted to do this in Florida, and it was like this thousands and thousands of acres, something like 26,000 acres to do this. And nothing like this had ever been tried before. And he basically got the Florida legislature at the time to agree to basically give him like his own government district. So like this area that fell under Epcot would be owned by a company, but would be run like a government. So it would have its own water and power municipalities and power plants, its self-sustaining fire and police departments, law enforcement, and everything. Basically, it's its own city run like a government, but owned by a company.
Its own little fucking country.
Yeah.
In the middle of our country.
Exactly. It's like its own independent city. But here's the thing, is that Walt Disney died and the city never got built. But all of those provisions remained. So the land that Epcot and a bunch of Disney World now sits on is within what's called the Reedy Creek. I think it's called Independent District. Improvement District. The Reedy Creek Improvement District. And this is the district that is governed and has been governed since the 60s like a government by the Disney company. And then basically is, remember that Don't Say Gay controversy?
No.
So Don't Say Gay, there was that bill that DeSantis passed that was like, schools can't talk about gay shit like under the age of like 3rd grade or whatever. Yeah. And that was like the whole, and they were like, oh, that he's saying that you're not allowed to use the word, say gay. It was a bunch of stupid, globo homo bullshit. And it was like there was all this ruckus. Then the Disney company like publicly fought back against DeSantis in this thing. And so DeSantis was just like, you have no place to get involved in this legislation. I don't care that you're like the biggest employer in the state. You don't get to bully the government around like that. And so he threatened to take away all of the special privileges that they get by this Reedy Creek agreement, this Reedy Creek, special district.
Fucking based.
And then they went into like an all-out war over this and went to court. And at the time when it first started, everybody's like, DeSantis is this petty idiot. There's no way he's going to win. And they ended up settling, and the Reedy Creek district got taken over by the government, and it's no longer a special district. DeSantis actually ended up winning. And all of the special privileges that they got from the Reedy Creek Improvement District went away. And they did this probe initially, and they found out like how incredibly corrupt and how the whole thing was basically done as a bait and switch. And they get all these tax breaks, all this other kind of shit, all these special privileges that no other company gets because of this special district. And Ron was like, you want to get involved, bitches? See you later, Reedy Creek. And he won, and now it's run by the actual... Because what they were doing is, like, because it's technically a government, they had to, like, elect people. So what they were doing is they were, like, electing and appointing people internally and, like, bribing all the members of the board, of like, the city board, with, like, houses and shit, so that they would basically just give Disney everything that they wanted. And that's what they were doing, like, for decades. It's like the whole thing was, like, this massive scam, basically. And DeSantis was just like,
that's fucking wild.
Yeah, and DeSantis was like the first governor who had the nuts to be like, well, that's not going to happen anymore. And it all happened because Disney got on their moral, woke high horse and spoke out against the Don't Say Gay bill. So that, I just wanted to bring it up because it's like Disney's been involved with some really shady shit for a really long time. I can go on about Reedy
It's
Creek.
fun watching leftoids simping for the biggest corporations on Earth. Yeah, dude, they're all fucking retarded.
They didn't bribe the officials with government money. Yes.
Yeah, they're horrible people, but they have the rainbow flag, so they can't be that bad.
It's amazing that all it takes for a company to get a significant portion of the population to just swallow the sludge pipe of their content is to just wave around a gay flag. Like that's all a company has to do, and there's like a huge portion of the population that will just open their mouths and just let Disney shit into it, and all they have to do is
flag. How did you know I love sucking dick? I'm opening wide.
Yeah, that's all it takes. All it takes to get like a major portion of the population to deep throat a corporation's cock is for the corporation to just wave a fag flag around. You know, that's all it takes. It's pathetic how easily these leftists are manipulated. It's incredible. Although I think corporations are slowly catching on, but Disney's going to be one of the last that figures it out. But anyway, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. You can see I prepared quite a bit for this Reedy Creek stuff, but it gets into the weeds and there's a lot of legal shit.
Interesting.
It is an interesting thing, but there's channels out there that, like, honestly, if you want to know more, like, really about Reedy Creek shit, what's his name? Legal Mindset. He's like the lawyer that like started commenting and getting involved in the VTuber sphere. When Niji Sanji was going off the rails. His specialty in law are special districts like Reedy Creek. And he has like a lot of videos about Reedy Creek and what it is and all the legality, you know, all the scandals behind it and that kind of stuff. So if you want to learn from, at least from a YouTuber, about Reedy Creek, go to Legal Mindset. He's a really good resource for it. Much better than me, that's for damn sure. Okay. Next. How much are you looking forward to Black Myth Wukong?
Quite a bit. Why?
Because ScreenRant gave it a 6. I actually have been really looking forward to this game ever since the first trailer hit, and what was it?
I remember.
Yeah, and it had that really super fast like swordplay going on, and I was like, I think we watched that trailer together actually on a Discord call.
I think so.
Because I think it was a state of play when it debuted. And I was like, holy shit, that looks incredible. Like, it looked like nothing I had ever seen before. And I've actually been looking forward to it ever since the very first time I laid my eyes on it. So, ScreenRant, they gave it a 3 out of 5, which is a 6 out of 10. Why?
Okay.
Well.
Oh, I saw this.
Well, they gave us some pros, all of which are: combat is fluid and fun. Cinematography can be breathtaking at times. Great diversity in items and mechanics. Sounds like a Dark Souls game.
Awesome.
What are the cons? Game performance is unpolished, lacking in inclusivity and diversity. Yes, this game, based on an ancient Chinese story developed by a Chinese developer, on an ancient Chinese story called Journey to the West. It's going to be brimming with representation. They actually knock points off of the game because it isn't wokeified. It isn't DEI'd up. You know, the monkey isn't black, I guess. Which would be hilarious if they made the monkey black, by the way. Can you imagine if they made the monkey black? Like,
yeah.
You don't think they'd be complaining about that?
You
can't win with these people.
Like, you can't win with, you can't win with people that just want to complain because that's what they fucking live on. That's all they fucking live on is complaining. They don't actually want a fair shot at anything because then they have to actually work for that. They just want to complain and be given everything. Fuck them. Yeah.
Here we go. Largely lacks inclusion and representation. They have a whole section dedicated to this. So, like, while many are focusing on gameplay, it's important to mention the controversy surrounding the game studio, and I'm going to get to that, and the reports of misogyny and sexism from developers. Are you familiar at all with the original what the hell? The word just went away. Starts with a C.
Controversy?
Controversy, thank you. God, come on, brain. Work. Are you familiar at all with the original controversy of this game?
Yes.
Okay.
Vaguely. So the TLDR is that they mentioned something about there being like no women on the team, and then people took it as them saying that the game isn't for women.
It's actually funnier than that. Okay, so
what was it?
There were 2 hit pieces. So the first one, this is like the ground zero hit piece. Wukong, this is originally posted by IGN.
Yeah,
by
Rebecca Valentine.
fucking Rebecca Valentine. Probably one of the worst people in all of game journalism out there right now. So she basically made this...
Rebecca with a K-A-H.
I know, right? You're so fucking edgy. Let's see. IGN spoke to several women familiar with gaming culture as well as the games and technology industry in China, many of whom requested to be anonymous for fear of backlash from fans of game science and the broader games community. Well, you got that anyway. In the eyes of many female players, game science has a notably negative reputation, said Jen, pseudonym, a Chinese game designer who's now based outside of China. I admire the dedication and work. I had high expectations for their game until I came across their misogynistic remarks around 2021, which was reported in the news. Basically, they just said a bunch of stuff that were like super based. The Gamer also put out an article. Black Myth Wukong. This is honestly, I actually think that The Gamer is worse than like Polygon and shit like that. The Gamer, I think, I think they're definitely the most antagonistic outlet out there. But this is hilarious. So, courtesy of a report from IGN, explore the misogyny attached to Black Myth Wukong and the Chinese gaming industry at large. In the report, multiple instances of game science employees making highly sexualized and sexist comments are shared. IGN also verifies reports of job recruitment posters for game science bragging about friends with benefits, perks in the workplace, and another poster allegedly reading "Fatties should fuck off." And then let's see. It stems from a Weibo post from the game's lead artist, Yang Qi, written in 2013, in which he suggests that women and men cannot enjoy the same games. He doesn't say they cannot. He said they generally don't. He says, like, yeah, the demographic of men versus women are drawn to different genres of games. It's like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
But
the same way that boys and girls are drawn to different toys.
Yeah, exactly. This is the quote.
It's almost like, males and females are different. Psychologically.
Yeah, it's almost like...
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's almost like biology doesn't just, like... Biological differences don't skip the brain. It's like...
What a concept.
What a concept. The G-spots of male and female games are fundamentally different, reads the post, translated by IGN. Yeah, I trust IGN's translation. This is not determined by the gaming environment, but by biological conditions.
Yeah,
and then he says,
right.
He continues, growing increasingly hateful towards what he perceives as games made for women. Fuck sissies, fuck tragic love stories, fuck moonlit peach blossoms and flute-playing scholars. Some things are just for men, their depression, their anger, their pain. I've already got the game pre-ordered. You don't have to sell me on it more.
Fuck, now I have to buy it.
I know, right?
Developers have never paid the price for their misogynistic remarks. Bro, the price is that they don't have to fuck you, and that's not really a price, more of a reward. Fuck off!
You know what's funny is that Asmongold's editor actually did a really good contextualization of this stuff. I found this, which is great. So this is from Asmongold Clips, and it's just like his editor is fucking amazing, by the way. I actually kind of like his editor more than I like Asmongold himself. But let me turn the Discord or the desktop audio on so that you can hear this. But this is like the explanation.
Statement? Like, what the is this here? So this is about our report from last year.
So this is Rebecca Valentine basically kind of trying to defend her hit piece on game science.
Context. IGN published this smear article attacking Black Myth Wukong devs and painting them to be some sexist freaks. Now, we already covered this before, and we received some backlash after we criticized the article writer that translated the dev's posts in the least charitable way possible. Whether you believe us or not, anyone reading the article will see how these translations make no logical sense and actually contradict the article itself. The writer mentions this post made by the game's founder about his self-criticism over the lackluster Black Myth Wukong trailer posted in 2020, and then paints the founder as an absolute schizo pervert. Again, the original translation makes no logical sense, given the nature of the post being a self-critique.
I want to expand my circle and hire more people. Get licked until I can't get an erection. I want to be honest and make a trailer and be praised as the savior of the industry.
Anyone reading this would instantly think the founder is a pervert, but an actual good faith interpretation would be, I wanted to expand my circle and hire more people, but people were brown-nosing me so much that I wasn't even able to function anymore. I wanted to just be honest and publish a trailer, but players were praising me as the savior of the industry. In the context of this being a self-critique, this makes perfect logical sense. The founder says people were brown-nosing him so much that he wasn't able to see the shortcomings of the game, and also that players had too high expectations for the trailer. Now, I do not know what kind of opioids the article writer took before writing this, but a gross mistranslation like this one when you are posting an article with this kind of title is insane.
Last year, we published...
So that's like the best summary that I've seen. It's succinctly put by none other than Asmongold Editor. Shout out to Asmongold Editor. I don't know who you are, what your name is, but you're fucking awesome. And I hope you sound like David Attenborough, like the AI voice you use in real life. So that's like the original controversy and how it's basically a bunch of bullshit. And that has been like... journalists, like every time that they put out an article that's been leading up to this fucking game release, which is in 2 days, by the way, it releases on the 20th.
They always bring up the fucking sexism.
They always bring up this fucking IGN article and this hit piece that's been debunked multiple times by multiple YouTubers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, okay, so with the original controversy in mind, we go back to this...
They don't care about being right. They know that they're wrong. They just know that if they keep saying it, people will keep believing it because people don't check other source.
They know how lies need to be propagated, which is repeating them over and over and over again as if they were truth. Like, they know how to propagandize people, and that's it. But if you go back up here, you'll notice by ScreenRant team. If you go down to the bottom, editor's note, the author's name has been removed for their safety. Oh.
Lamau!
Now, you know that
coward.
From their safety, that you know what that means. That means from criticism. Safety, my ass. Now, the thing is, the author's name was published originally. They changed it, like, shortly after. They didn't catch it in time. Who is the author? This is the author. Samar Abedian, a senior gaming guides writer for ScreenRant, and after going through her articles, this was literally the first review she had ever written.
Why are they always women?
For the site. Oh, because that's the rule. Of course. Oh, I need to turn desktop audio off. Sorry. Thanks for calling me out, chat. I need to get better at that.
My advice? Do you know how OBS lets you have like separate audio sources for stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Set up an audio source that's just for whatever media you want to have, and then you can just change it every time.
Oh.
So, for example, like I have an audio source on my OBS that just says game audio, and whenever I want to like play a game or whenever I want to play a video, and because you can pick any source, it doesn't have to be like a game, right? Like it doesn't have to be like what you named it, but you just select whatever it is that you want the source to be. And then that becomes basically your separate audio source for everything that's separate from Discord audio. Like I have one for Discord audio and I have one for everything else.
I need to set it to like this browser so that only the browser.
Yep.
Instead of you plus the browser and everything else going on my computer. Yep. Yeah, I could do that. Okay.
Yep. I've completely gotten rid of the desktop audio as like an option.
Oh, okay.
Separate audio.
Yeah, see, this is the shit I'm gonna get sorted out before like the thing we're cooking goes like becomes real.
Yep.
But back to the story. So the author is Samar Abedian. Who is Samar Abedian? Samar Abedian worked for this company. Splendid. People First Creativity. What is this company? Our purpose is to deliver creative work that makes a positive cultural and commercial impact. It's basically Sweet Baby. It's the exact same kind of bullshit woke consultant company as Sweet Baby. because that's the thing that people have to remember is that Sweet Baby is just the really public-facing one that's getting shit. But there are literally dozens of these fucking grifter woke consultancy companies out there. How do you
start one of these? I want to make a bunch of money.
Dude, I want to make one that's like the opposite. Like, our purpose is to deliver...
I want to, because that's the thing, you can't just brand it as the opposite, because people are going to be like, no, we need
it's easy.
Inclusivity bullshit.
No, you can say our purpose is to deliver creative work that makes your games awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you do.
Well, no, yes, but, like, I feel like, again, in the current state until things shift more to the right, you have to, like, kind of sell it as this, right? But then deliver an actually good job. Kind
of Trojan horse it a bit.
Yeah, you have the Trojan horse doing a good deed, Jet.
I mean, that's
the society that we've arrived in.
That's how these cunts got into power. Is by Trojan horsing. So, yeah. But yeah, it's basically one of these woke consultancy firms. That's who this writer who wrote this review, and it's the first review she's ever written works for, or at least worked for. So this person doesn't give a shit about video games. She's an activist. And because she's an activist, she cannot separate the game from the politics. And because she doesn't like the politics, she literally took points off of her review score. Now, this game is actually getting really positive reviews from even like woke outlets. Like Rock Paper Shotgun really praised it. And here's the kicker. IGN gave it an 8.
What the fuck?
IGN, the company who published the original hit piece by Rebecca, gave it a higher score than this activist at ScreenRant who used that article to dock points from the score. How ironic is that? And I've heard people like try to say like it's like, well, of course, like they're different people. Of course, it's like the person who wrote that article isn't the same person who wrote the review. It's like, yeah, neither is the person who wrote for the other outlet, you dipshit. Like, we know that they're different people. But, like, this Michael Saltzman for IGN was able to put the political shit of his colleague aside and review the game on its own merits. And gave it an A as a result.
It's like a mixed bag, I feel.
It really is.
There's some really, like, cool people in IGN, and there's also some, like, just like a bunch of fucking idiots in IGN. It's just a super mixed bag with IGN. You never know what the fuck you're gonna get.
Yeah, it's like every review site. Like,
yeah,
like honestly, what I do is I've just like you find a few people that you find yourself almost always agreeing with in terms of like where they score things, and be like, okay, that person and me are generally aligned on how we think about things. So
that's whose reviews I'm gonna watch.
Yeah, so that person's reviews are probably gonna reflect my ideas as well. So that's a person I can trust, to gauge whether or not I should buy a game or not. Because, if they like it, I'm probably gonna like it, and if they don't, I'm probably not. And that's what you do. And these days, none of those people come from outlets like this. They come from YouTubers. I just thought that this was just such a sweet irony that the outlet that published the original hit piece gave the game a higher score than the outlet who docked it and gave it a lower score as a result of that hit piece. That is hilarious to me. So that's what's going on with Wukong. I'm looking forward to this game. Oops, I just clicked on the guy's name. I'm really looking forward to this. It looks fun. It's not this giant sprawling open world game too. It's actually kind of linear, which honestly is very like Dark Souls like, because Dark Souls like games aren't actually as open world as you might think.
They're not. They're the thing with Dark Souls games is that they're just 3D Metroidvanias.
Yeah, that's basically what they are. Like, you work your way through a section so that you can kind of bypass most of that section. Like, once you get through a section, you unlock a door, and then that unlocked door like leads you right back to the bonfire that you started the section at. So now you're like, oh, I don't have to do that section again. So you just kind of slowly work your way to the boss that way, and then you just do boss runs until you beat the boss. That's the formula. It's actually pretty linear. And this game apparently is in the same vein. It's pretty linear. but I'm totally fine with that.
Looks awesome visually.
It looks visually, yeah, it looks so unique visually. I mean, you're playing it as just like this monkey man with a stick. Like, it's freaking cool looking. So I really hope that it's like a good one. And from what I could tell,
sorry.
No, you're good. From what I could,
What is this? I think it's a bug.
I guess so. It's a flyer too. You're not gonna like that part. But I think it looks great. It looks better than like Lies of P to me, you know?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
So, I'm actually with you on Lies of P. I think that game is really overrated. Like, don't get me wrong. I think the visual
I'm excited
style.
to see what else that. Yeah, I'm excited to see like what else that company makes, right? Because it is their first game like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that game is extremely mediocre.
I thought the gameplay was meh, but I really did like the visual style of it and like the design
Same.
of stuff like that. And it's like, okay,
Yep.
you keep that level of visual appeal and up your gameplay a notch, and you're gonna be up there with FromSoft. Like you're almost there. I hope that they can take the feedback, because they're getting a lot of positive feedback, but I hope that they can kind of hear like the minority of criticism and take it to another level.
And grow from it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they're totally capable of doing it. That's the same thing here. Same thing with Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade was Shift Up's first attempt, and they did a damn good job for our first attempt. People weren't expecting much out of Stellar Blade originally. Stellar Blade like really blew people away on how engaging and fun the combat was.
I still get people dropping replies in my like playthrough of the demo, being like mad and bitchy that I'm like being super critical of it, and I'm like, okay, you need to remember something. They're like, oh, that's not even true. Like this is blah 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 blah. This is actually like really good. It's like, okay, you need to remember that I was playing the demo, right? And me being critical, along with probably a few, like, clearly I'm not the only person that was critical of it, because a lot of the stuff that like I talked about, like the smaller detail stuff, has been addressed.
Like the counter timing.
Yeah. Like Shift Up has been listening to criticism and stuff, and they've been actually building and improving their game, which is a really good thing to see. Right? So it's like, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like, oh my god, you're being so mean. It's like their first like, game, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, I know it, and I acknowledge that. But, like, someone has to give that criticism for that company to grow, because otherwise they're going to keep making more of the same. And while the same is good, I want it to be great.
And they have the potential. It's one of those companies that you can tell, like, Shift Up, they make quality stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they make stuff that players actually want. And you could tell that they actually listen to their player base, at least to some degree. And it's like, yes, like improve this here and there. Like I would love for Stellar Blade 2. They need a better map system, number one. But like Stellar Blade 2, like which I'm pretty sure that they actually confirmed they're making. It's like, man, you just make these few tweaks, you know, give me these you know, this quality of life improvement, and this and that. And Stellar Blade 2 is going to be fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible. Like, honestly, like one of my things is I want the sword, the impact of the sword play feel, like, heavier. You know? Like, I felt like the sword, like, glided through enemies too much. And it's like, I want to feel that impact of the sword more. If they, like, make that... You know, there's, like, again, like, I think that they're obviously capable. And I was like, when I see a capable studio do like a really good job on a first outing, a great but flawed job, I'm like, I root for them like hell to like take like those improvements and apply them and make like an absolute banger of a sequel.
What the fuck? I just watched the Monkey King fucking
turn into a giant toad.
And fucking. Oh yeah, that too. But I was more so saying is, he ate that dude's asshole with fucking toad tongue.
Yeah, dude, this game looks so fun. But yeah,
I have a feeling I'm not gonna like it as much as I'm like hoping I will. Just from watching it, like I can tell it has a lot of that like you were saying, like impact, right? Like attacks. It gives me a lot of like Neo vibes, right? More so than Dark Souls vibes. And one of the things I didn't like about Neo was just that like when you hit someone, it feels like a lot of the impacts. It's like you're doing like a lot of really really light attacks, and the enemy's not really like really responding to them. It's just he's just kind of standing there taking it and continuing what he's doing.
Right.
Like,
That's what
just super like unsatisfying to me, right? Like seeing the enemy like just kind of frozen and just kind of like sit there and just take hits, right, while you're smacking it, or just continuing its fucking like what it's doing, even if it is like a larger target, you know. Seeing at least some feedback, right?
We'll see.
Is nice.
I'm optimistic about this. I think, is it going to be perfect? No, I don't expect it to be, but I have a feeling it's going to be a really, really good like first outing for the studio in this kind of a game, and it's going to prove that like this is a studio that has the capability to like make something on the level of from Software, just like Shift Up does. I feel like they have the talent and they have the drive and passion to get on that level. You know what I mean? And it's like, and if there could be like multiple outlets out there that can compete with FromSoft, then that'll just force innovation and competition that will just like make better games just all around from everybody, you know? And that's only a good thing. Not for...
And FromSoft fucking needs it.
God, they do.
Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I feel bad, like, I always shouldn't like Elden Ring so much. It's like, I've always like tried to be like, oh, you know, I like FromSoft, like, I'll be kind of nice, but like, there's a lot of things that I feel like are just like the more like I go back and like I've been playing through like the Souls games, like all of them, right? Not just the ones I like, but all of them, like back to back, right? Doing like the one-handed streams and stuff like that. The more I kind of like really like notice a lot of things. Like I've got playing now one-handed Dark Souls 1 me to realize just how fucking jank it is compared to like my memory of it.
Oh yeah.
Because I remembered it not being that bad, but like now that I'm playing, I'm like, wow, this is kind of.
Yeah, I've been watching your playthrough, that one-handed playthrough that you're doing, and it's like you're obviously struggling with it way more than you did with the DS2 one.
Yeah, and it's not that like the game is like harder. The game's not harder. It's just like you have so much less control that when I stop and I limit myself, how much control I'm able to how quickly I'm able to like respond to inputs, right? I'm only using one hand, etc. Right? I'm also really limiting my playstyle as well, right? Not like I'm just playing the game one-handed.
Yeah, it's not
one-handed, and I have a one-handed build as well, right? So there's extra challenge there, but like it's just like there's so many like little things where it's like, man, like Dark Souls 2 did a lot to implement the ability to use both hands in combat, right? To like have like multiple different attacks that you can do regardless of your separate hands, right? And like, yeah, it makes sense. Dark Souls 2 is a sequel, right? But it blows my mind that Dark Souls 2 gets shit for all that, while Dark Souls 3 then goes and undoes the work that Dark Souls 2 did and gets praised. It's just like, I don't get it. And it's just like, I feel like Elden Ring, in a lot of ways, they took inspo from Dark Souls 2, and Miyazaki's even mentioned it, how if not for Dark Souls 2, like, Elden Ring wouldn't be the game that it is. But at the same time, a lot of the things that they took from Dark Souls 2 are, like, weak imitations of what they did in Dark Souls 2. And a lot of Elden Ring is just continuing forth from the honestly, like, departure from what Dark Souls really was. That Elden Ring is decided to be.
I think I think there's two reasons for that.
And the DLC is also just like further like pushing away from the Souls-like idea, right? The concept of the game that's really built around preservation, not necessarily difficulty, even though difficulty is what it is known for, right? Amongst people that haven't taken the time to go through it and persevere and get good.
I think that two reasons for that. One is I think that people generally tend to like they take various elements of Souls-like games when they're like comparing them to each other, and then they weight them. And I think most people put too much weight into just bosses and boss design. And that's why Dark Souls 3 always gets like the most praise. Because it did have the better it did have the best bosses, but the thing is that typically is like way overweighted in how people judge a game or a Dark Souls entry. And so like the good gameplay elements of Dark Souls 2 gets completely forgotten about. And talking about Dark Souls 2, when people compare it to Dark Souls 2, that's what they're comparing it to. They don't compare it to Scholar.
That is true.
That's another issue, is that when people talk about, like, oh yeah, Dark Souls 2 sucked, they're not talking about Scholar. They're talking about the original Dark Souls 2, and they're kind of right.
Yeah, they are. They are.
So,
right. And you know what's funny, though? There's people out there that defend the original Dark Souls 2, and worse yet, they claim that Scholar is bad.
that's baffling.
Yep, it is very baffling.
Scholar is such a massive improvement.
Yeah. So another issue that I have with, like, I think is a big part of, like, why FromSoft specifically is, like, kind of leaning more into, like, really downgrading their games is because they spend a lot of time listening to, like, the, like, shitlord fucking, like, people that, like, are just really just there to brag about something that isn't really that special, but they need to feel special. And so they'll go out of their way to say that just the dumbest thing just to stand out.
Mm-hmm.
I think the people that say that Dark Souls 2 is better than Dark Souls 2 Scholar are just saying that to stand out, to be contrarians.
I guess contrarian. I was gonna say that's a contrarian opinion.
I'm so good. Yeah, it's just a contrarian opinion, and I feel like there's a lot of people that, like, you know, kind of fall into that because they want to stand out and be like, oh, I don't think Elden Ring's hard. I think it should be harder. Me. And it's just like, I don't think you understand, like,
just trying to be edgy boy bullshit.
Yeah, these are the people that are like, oh my god, yeah, I'm so good at Dark Souls games. Yeah, I'm just so good at this game that, like, everyone, you know, thinks is hard, right? And it's just like, well, the game isn't hard. It's not difficult to be good at Dark Souls. It just takes time.
And not just that, but like,
do you want to hear a fun story? Well, how I got back into Dark Souls games? Because I wasn't a fan of Dark Souls games after my first few attempts at playing them. I played Demon Souls and I played Dark Souls 1, and then I didn't play any more Dark Souls games. I wasn't into them. I was like, yeah, they're not for me. They're, like, too hard, whatever. Right? Because I played them when I was, like, really young, and I didn't really know what the fuck I was doing. And the way that I got back into them was I think ESO had just come out, or it was coming out. Maybe it was a demo. I can't remember. But I was talking to a guy that I used to play Destiny with, right? He was in the clan that I used to play Destiny. Who was a much older guy, right? Who was part of, like, the clan who I met, and he was just, like, really, you know, a really nice guy. Like, we would help him, like, run through, right? And, you know, I think he was, like, a veteran, and, like, he didn't have very good, like, coordination and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because of, like, damage from, like, you know, surgeries and stuff he had to have. And we were talking about, like, RPGs, and he mentioned how he loves the Souls games, and I was like, really? Aren't they, like, super hard? He's like, no, I have a platinum trophy in all of them. And for context, this guy's, like, 60.
Nice.
Right? So I was like, well, fuck. He was like, yeah, like, you know, you guys play games with me all the time. You guys have to carry me in this game because I don't really have the coordination for, like, for like, shooters, right? I think shooters are much harder than any Souls game. Right? And he kind of explained to us, he was like, yeah, like, the Souls games aren't hard. People just think they're hard, but they're not. It's harder to play a shooter and to be good at a shooter than it is to be good at Dark Souls. And people love shooters. Everyone plays shooters.
I agree with that completely.
No one has difficulty with shooters. And the only difference with Dark Souls is that Dark Souls just takes time. It's just a matter of, like, learning the controls, right? And rising up to the challenge. And it's not hard, it's a little challenging, right? To, like,
learning how to optimize builds and that kind of thing.
It's not even the builds, right? Because that's more of a thing in Elden Ring. Elden Ring is entirely about builds. If you don't have, like, an optimized build, you're fucked. But you don't need that in Dark Souls. You just need to have a mastery over the controls. That's it. Mastery of the controls, level up your basic stats and your weapons, and that's it. It's not hard to, like, be like, oh, you know, strength weapon, level up strength, give blacksmith stuff to make strength weapon good, and that's it. Strength and HP, that's all you really fucking need.
Yeah.
You can win a Dark Souls game just like that. And all it takes is the perseverance to get through it. It's not that it's a hard game, it just takes dedication.
Yeah, you have to, like, learning enemy placements, learning, you know, boss phases, and, you know, boss tells and stuff like that.
You learn things, then you go in again, right? And so, you know, there's not a whole lot of actual skill involved to beating a Souls game. It's mostly just knowledge and memory, like muscle memory. Like, you build reaction time into your inputs, right?
Yeah.
versus like something like a shooter where obviously like you need to be able to aim.
Yeah, I can see that. That makes a lot of sense, actually.
There's a lot more in the way of like when you're playing a shooter, even just like a casual PvP match, there's a lot more going on in your head as far as like spatial awareness, as far as like, because you're playing versus a player, you know?
Mm-hmm.
There's just a lot more going on in your head as far as what you're doing, right? There's a lot more skill involved than there is in playing a Dark Souls game, and yet people are like, oh my god, Dark Souls, you need so much skill. It's like, you really don't. And like, I remember like him saying all that, like kind of opened my eyes to it, and like maybe like, I was like, okay, well, Bloodborne's around the corner, I'll try Bloodborne. And then I went and I platinum Bloodborne. And then a friend was like, oh, you should play Dark Souls 2. And then I went and I played Dark Souls 2 and I fucking platinum that too, and I loved it.
And then you platinum Sekiro, which is my Achilles heels of Souls likes.
I have, I think, 68 hours in Sekiro total. I was one of the first 50 people to platinum Sekiro.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I went back, I platinum like I platinum Dark Souls 3 when that came out, I platinum Dark Souls 1 Remastered when that came out. And I was like, man, you know what? I want to be like this old man, right? That just has this like perseverance, right? That was kind of like what got me back into the Souls game. Was kind of like the realization of like, you don't have to be like a super skilled person to be good at the games. You just have to keep at it.
Right.
And so I did.
Like that.
Like that's what Souls games should be about.
What's that dude who like he got kind of like he went viral for like he couldn't beat that one boss. It took him like 600 something tries or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? The streamer who's like, oh gosh, what was his name? I can't remember any of the names or anything. I can't remember what game he was playing, but he basically went viral. Yeah, it was kind of recent, like maybe like a couple months ago.
Kaisenat fighting fucking Melania?
Maybe. That might be
I remember like that was a pretty like like.
I used to remember a guy who was like struggling
that.
so much, and he was struggling forever, and it took him like hundreds and hundreds of tries, but then like he finally beat that boss that he'd been trying to kill forever, and it was like everybody was like celebrating, was like, hell yeah, finally man, he got it.
It's fucking epic.
It was so
it's like once you finally get it, you know.
Yeah.
The thing I don't like about Elden Ring though is that Elden Ring isn't about like, just keeping at it.
Stats.
Right? And like getting a master the control. It's largely about your build, right? It's so much more important Elden Ring than any of the other games, right? It's largely about like specific things, right? For like it's like the more gimmicky bosses that like have been kind of put like the forefront, right, of Elden Ring, right? Melania being the number one, where it's like, oh yeah, she's in all the marketing. She's the one that you get a statue of when you get the collectors, whatever. Right? It's very much like they're like, yes, this is the centerpiece that we're proud of. She's a very poorly designed boss. She's a gimmick boss. She has a big gimmick move that's hard to dodge, the waterfall dance. And there's a very specific way to dodge it, and there's no other way to dodge it. Every person that dodges it the same fucking way. Because there's one way to dodge it.
And you get to lure the way.
That's fucking fun. Yeah, like Elden Ring is very largely like poorly fucking designed, and the reason why is because it very much shoehorns you into playing a certain way.
Yeah, that's a thing. Like I always
it'll punish you for playing differently.
It always does annoy me, like when people are like, "Oh yeah, this game's awesome. The bosses are so hard. All this other kind of stuff." It's like, yeah, but is it fun? Like, there's a lot of hard games that are fun. There's a lot of easy games that are fun. And vice versa. There are plenty of easy games that are boring and not fun. There are tons of hard games that are boring and frustrating and not fun. It's like, difficulty is not the same. Being hard is not the same as being fun. Those are not the same thing. And I think a lot of people, when it comes to Souls, like, they judge it entirely on its difficulty. This is like literally the core of the whole thing.
Also,
of the Erdtree DLC package. It's like, all these people saying it's too damn hard. What they're really saying is that it's not fun for them. That's what they're.
There is also a difference between difficulty, like something being difficult, and something being challenging. Right?
Oh yeah.
A challenge is something that, like, in order for you to have a challenge, the challenge has to feel fair.
Oh
right?
yeah.
In order for you to actually be legitimately challenged, because here's the thing, right? You don't grow, right? Let's say like let's dumb it down. Let's say you're playing basketball.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna grow by getting fucking schooled by like Michael Jordan over and over and over again as a 10-year-old.
Yeah, exactly. It's the
You need a challenge that is, you know, either as good as you are or slightly better, that you can then rise up to and then move on to the next challenge.
there needs to be a clear possibility of overcoming.
Yeah, exactly.
This is they've done like literal science experiments on this with rats. They observe that rats they'll there's always like a runt in the litter. Rats could do like rough and tumble play. They like wrestle for fun. And they actually found out that like the runt will stop playing if it loses more than 70% of the time. And they found that like in rat societies, the bigger rats, when they wrestle with smaller rats, will let the smaller rat win about 30 to 40% of the time. So like 1 out of every 3 matches roughly. They'll let the smaller rat win because otherwise the smaller rat will give up and just stop playing. Because the rat doesn't see a possibility of winning if they lose more than that. So it's like this is even like a naturally observable a thing that's observed in nature. This phenomenon is like there has to be like a clear possibility of overcoming a challenge for it to be for people to like want to engage and actually try to overcome it. If it's too insurmountable, people will just like they'll just put the controller down and do something else. So so like the thing with Elden Ring is like, it's not that it's not insurmountable, is that it doesn't feel fair, right? Like it's like I fully dropped the Elden Ring DLC. I dropped it completely. Stopped playing it. I lost interest after I fought Bale, and I realized I was like, this is the best fight in all of Elden Ring. This is the only fight in Elden Ring that is comparable to like a Dark Souls 3 fight. It's the only fight in Elden Ring that feels legitimately somewhat like mostly fair. Right? And I think I just happened to be at like the right level of like, fucking dumb like tree fragments that you have to collect. I happen to have collected the correct number of like arbitrary fucking random items scattered around the world for the combat aspect to feel like rewarding, but not, like not too hard, not too easy at the same time. So I got lucky, I guess. Right? Because again, that's great design, right? Like fighting several of the bosses, it's not that it was beatable, right? If I do the right build, and do the right thing, and do this and do that, I can totally beat it, right? But the grand majority of the aspects of the fight were just luck. And so it's just like, well, fuck. Well, that takes away the like interest in this. Yeah, because it's like when the moment you recognize that you're on an unlucky run, that you just purposely die and start over. Yeah,
exactly. It's obnoxious, right? So it's like, for one, it doesn't feel like it's entirely up to my skill whether or not I win, right? That's annoying. For two, I feel like I'm being shoehorned to play in a certain way that isn't the way I wanted to play the game, right? Like playing the game by default, the way that you've played all the previous games, right? Which is by yourself with your weapon and your normal build that isn't like built around like a singular fucking gimmick. You shouldn't feel like you're penalized for playing the game normally, right?
Right.
Like, am I crazy? Like, I've been noticing a trend of like turning everyone into a fucking min-maxer. Like, the same thing is with D&D.
Yeah.
Like D&D 1 is all about like, and like Tasha is all about turning everyone to a min-maxer. Right? Because that's what you do when you make it so that every class can, like, grab every single, like, item or whatever, right? You take away the fun of just playing with your favorite class and your favorite, like, race, even if they're not compatible.
Yeah, whenever, like, you see, like, everybody min-maxing, that means you fuck the meta up.
Exactly. Yeah, and so, like, it's like you're taking away the fun of rising to the challenge of playing with something that isn't optimal, right? And making fun with it anyway. Right? And so, like, I don't know what the fuck it is with, like, just the current trend of just, like, turning everything into, like, a meta grind. But that's pretty much what happened with Elden Ring.
I'll tell you right now. I think a game that you would like that speaks perfectly to what you're talking about like progression and skill development and rising to like a very, very well-balanced, challenging progression system is a little indie game called Sifu. Have you heard of this game?
Sifu.
You've played
I
Sifu?
Sifu, yeah.
I platinumed Sifu.
I got bored of Sifu.
Really? Oh my god!
So
I
Sifu
love
was
that
made-
game.
Sifu was made by the same people that made Absolver. Do you know what Absolver is?
No.
Look up Absolver. So Absolver is basically a game where you are like a fighter, right? A warrior, and you go around and you fight other people. And as you fight other people, you learn moves from them, and eventually you develop your own fighting style.
Oh yeah, it looks really similar. Okay.
Yeah. So it's same people that made Sifu. They made this game beforehand. And Sifu kind of felt like Absolver, but without all of the like personality of it. Like Sifu wasn't bad. I lost interest because I don't know. I like RPGs, I guess. And Sifu felt like Absolver, but without the RPG elements. And I had just gotten off of playing Absolver because I knew that Sifu was coming soon. Well, I wouldn't say just gotten off of it because I did play Sifu on stream, and I think the last time I played Absolver was off stream, if I'm not mistaken. But like I knew that Sifu was coming out before I started streaming because it had been like announced and stuff. And I played Absolver before I started streaming, knowing that Sifu was coming out because I wanted to get back to the mentality for those games. But yeah, fucking look up Absolver.
I'll look at I think that if I like Sifu, I'm sure I'll like Absolver because I can't remember the last time I felt like the whole thing about Sifu like is working your way to the point where like I remember like when I first beat the first boss, I was so satisfied, and like I had no idea like how much further I had to go. And then when you finally get to the end and you beat the last boss, which like it seems impossible at first, but the way the game like progressively like allows you to build your skill, like by the time you get there, you feel like it's going to be really difficult, but it's possible and that you can do it. You feel like you can do it, even though you know it's going to be hard. And then when you finally do it, you realize that the true ending of the game is actually beating every boss twice, because you have to beat him in the passive mode where you don't kill them, and so you have to like after you get to the point where you can beat the last boss, it's like okay, now you have to get so good that you can beat both each boss twice in a row, and with a limited move set, you can't use all these killer moves and stuff like that, or else you'll kill them and then you fail the objective. And like learning that and then working through the progression on that level and then finally getting to the end where you reach like true enlightenment where you get through the whole game without killing any of the bosses, I was like oh my god, I cannot believe like where I started in this game and how shit I was to where I am now. Like you really, and I'm sure that Absolver is the same way. You feel like you really, really accomplished something and gained like legitimate skill in a game. Like you feel like by the end of it that you've like really mastered like a really cool, intricate combat system. That just
Absolver is not like that.
Oh, it's not.
No.
Like
you were saying, like Absolver is the same way. It's not. So for some context on Absolver, the Absolver is largely a PvP game because you're kind of incentivized to basically make your fighting style and then go out and fight other people, right, in the world and like in like arenas and stuff like that, and kind of master your own fighting style. But theoretically, like every single boss that you fight in an Absolver, for the most part, is at around the same like level as you, right? It's around like the same like strength as you. It's just they have their own unique fighting style. It's a matter of like learning how to fight against that, right? Like what they do, right? So like you can go up to like a boss, right? Even like the later like area bosses, and you could probably just blow them out first try if it just happens to be that your fighting style is like you know,
is good against their fighting styles. Yeah,
against theirs. Yeah,
scissors versus rock.
Yeah, well, not exactly. I was gonna say like it's not really like a scissors versus rock thing. It's a much more intricate thing than that because you're mixing a load of moves into your fighting style when you make your fighting style, right? It can turn into a scissors versus rock sort of thing if like you happen to have like a lot of the same type of move and then they happen to have like a lot of the same type of move and you know some moves do counter each other better than others, right? But for the most part, it's very like it's all very like reactionary. And it's largely about like mastering, like making combos and stuff like that, because you switch stances basically as you're doing the moves. It's a very complex fighting system. I think you'd like it.
No, I probably would like it. Even though I'm sure it's different from Sifu, but like that kind of trial and error, like mastering a combat style, that kind of stuff. Honestly, this is kind of why I think I liked Rise of the Ronin more than most because that game actually has like a really in-depth combat system that just asks you to like really learn all of the combos of all the different weapons so that you can properly counter and dodge and stuff like that. And
honestly, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that for Absolver.
Yeah, I would definitely like Absolver because Sifu, I got obsessed with Sifu. I fucking love that game. I actually want to stream it at some point. I kind of want to give it some time for me to like forget the skill and then like try to regain it on stream. You know what I mean? Because I remember when I first started playing that game, I was like, I had a hard time just getting to the first boss, and then by the time I did play it on stream. I did play it on stream. I played it on Discord at one point. But like one of the achievements is like, because the whole idea of the game is that every time, like you start at the age of like 20, and every time you die, like the first time you die adds 1 year to your lifespan, and the second time you die adds 2 years, the third time adds 3 years, so on and so forth. And if you let yourself get past the age of 75, then you permanently die. So you basically have like this limited number of deaths that you can do in the progression of working yourself through these 5 levels with these 5 bosses, you know. And one of the achievements is basically finish the game under the age of like 23, which basically means you get 2 deaths for the entire game. And I remember when I got that achievement, I was like, holy fuck. I remember dying like, I remember like the first time I reached the first boss, I was like 60 something years old, you know? And then it's like, I just finished the entire game at 22 years old. You know what I mean? I'm just like, and you feel like when you get that far too, like when you go through these levels and you like knock out all these multiple opponents, you combo together, you counter right and all this other kind of stuff. And you just like perfect, you just get through a level, you just get through the grind and you get out relatively unscathed. You really feel like you accomplished something. I think that all of you in chat
of being the hero in like a Chinese
it's just a revenge. It's a revenge story,
like action movie.
It's just
exactly. It's like it's always really cool to like see it like in TV, right? Like these like really like well choreographed like martial arts fights and stuff like that. But like playing it and being like, damn, I did that is like is very different. It's like it's a very fun feeling. And
the way that the hand-to-hand combat system in the game is built, like, and how like you interact with like other opponents, it's really, really well done. Like from blocking to parrying and throwing and striking, and the back and forth, it's so well done. And it's like a little indie game. You can get it for like $20-$30. I super recommend it to anybody in chat. I fucking love it. I'm gonna definitely try out Absolver too because I didn't know Absolver exists, and I'm definitely gonna play it now because I love Sifu. But anyway, we need to move on. We got a small handful of stories left here.
By the way, Absolver is multiplayer. We could play it together. Just saying. Just saying.
Yes, please. I'm there. Okay, we got one more pop. Well, we got. Let me see. Yeah, just like 3 more stories.
There's a few more.
It's a little bit more. First, Borderlands, the video game movie curse at its worst. Have you talked about Borderlands on OCP yet?
We talked about it a little bit because we had Kibbs as our guest.
Okay.
On Wednesday. and Kibbs watched it.
Oh, he actually saw it.
Kibbs watched it. Yeah.
So you have
I didn't
actually.
I didn't have a whole lot to say because I'm not really like a Borderlands fan. So like I think I would have liked Borderlands if I got into it like before Destiny came out. But playing Borderlands after Destiny as my first introduction to like
Looter shooters. Yeah.
And they were talking about like Destiny like at its peak when it was actually fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just couldn't get into it because it felt like Destiny but just not as like good or not as personalized or whatever.
I
Not
never
as
got.
grounded either.
I never got super into Borderlands either. I remember liking Borderlands 2, but I've never like had a desire to go back and play it again. Borderlands 3 was shit. Tina's Tiny Wonderland or whatever the hell it's called was god awful. The series. I don't think Borderlands is as big of a franchise as people think it is. And case in point, the Borderlands movie. I actually don't want to talk about the movie itself too much. I mean, I think everybody knows what's wrong with this movie. The plot is shit. It's probably one of the most miscasted casts in movie history, where like literally the entire cast is like 30 years older than they should be. And like I've seen like footage of like Kate Blanchett doing like her gunplay, and it looks like have you ever seen the movie Equilibrium with Christian Bale?
No.
It's a B movie action flick. I think you'd like it. It's total B movie action flick. It's great.
Vaguely familiar though.
Well, in the action in Equilibrium is based solely around this fictional thing called gun kata, which is like
I do sound familiar. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Now this gun kata shit, when you look at it like being played, like when Christian Bale's doing all the gun kata stuff, it looks so unnecessary. All these flourishes and stuff that he does, right? But he looks like he knows what he's doing and he actually has the skill. Like you could tell that Christian Bale actually looks like he knows what he's doing, and he's like, you know what I mean? Like it looks real,
even though it's like a fictional, like silly thing. Right?
Exactly.
He's a good enough actor that he sells the authenticity.
And he's coordinated enough to be able to kind of make it look believable and all this other kind of stuff. When you look at Kate Blanchett,
he looks confident. The way that he acts, he's such a good enough actor that even though he's doing some fucking random bullshit, right? Some silly bullshit. He looks confident while doing it, which makes it look like what he's doing is something competent.
Well, not only that, but like every one of the flourishes that he does, like everything looks deliberate. Like he's not just doing it for the sake of doing it. He's doing it because it's necessary to do. You know what I mean? Whereas when you look at Kate Blanchett doing her little like random gun changes and stuff like that, it looks like she's fumbling around. Like she looks like she's doing choreography for the sake of doing choreography, and you could tell that she doesn't have the coordination to pull it off. Like there's that clip of her like doing like the roll over the car. I think they have to not there. There. God, look at this cast. Look how awful this looks. What the fuck is Jamie Lee Curtis in there for? Like everybody is just so old. It's so weird. Okay, it's not in here. But there's like this scene where maybe it's in another one. This one. It's probably not going to show it. But she like rolls over a car hood, and she fires the gun after she rolls. She rolls onto the car hood, lays on the car hood, and then she's like her arm is like out, and she's shooting from the while laying down prone on the car hood, right? And you could tell that she can't like handle the gun properly. Like she just doesn't have the coordination or the training to be able to like handle a firearm like while doing like those kinds of physical movements. And so like the gun is like flopping around in her hand, and it just doesn't look like she knows what she's doing, basically. Again, she looks like she's doing choreography because that's what she's told to do. It doesn't look.
I was knocking on my door.
Oh, okay. They had rebuilt Borderlands 2 with Borderlands 3 mechanics. I'd have preferred that to Borderlands. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Have I seen a gun priest? No, but that sounds cool. Well, that's what they are in Equilibrium, pretty much, aren't they? They're like gun priests.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. But yeah, it's just not only that, but like Kevin Hart is normally like this. Like he's like a funny man. And
Yeah, but
he
the
plays a
kid he's playing
completely
is
serious
completely
character.
serious.
Like he's so like, what are you doing? Then you got Jack Black's annoying ass and it voicing Claptrap, which sounds out of place. Just everything about this movie is just wrong. And I don't really want to talk about the movie super in detail because I haven't seen it either. It looked like just shit right from the very beginning. I want to talk about this. Randy Pitchford's reaction to Borderlands flopping might be the funniest thing about the movie. The game developer and CEO has been having a tough time but tried to find the silver lining with all the Borderlands reviews. Okay, so we all know Randy Pitchford is a massive piece of shit. Everybody knows this. This is kind of like a well-known thing in the gamer community. Let's see. So Pitchford's response seemed like a good stride, even saying he was flattered. The company with the so what you're saying is you like what my friends and I do with our Borderlands video games even more than you like what some of the biggest and best cast and crew of filmmakers on the planet have done. I'm super flattered. We're working extra hard for you on what's next. One can say that the games are better than the movie, but that's a bar so low you could trip over it, Randy. Like you could tell that there's like some tongue-in-cheek there, but he got into a spat with Paul Tassi of Forbes. And okay, so he puts this out. Randy Pitchford, except for that Paul Tassi guy, it was pointed out to me that I blocked him too. So far, I think I accidentally blocked 3 people. Not Paul Tassi. I thought he was being a dick, and so I blocked on purpose. I unblocked him, but I might block him again. God, he's just like, it's just like voice to text, like rambling. Like, what the hell is this? Something about that dude's attitude just feels off to me. I read some shit he wrote where he seems to act like he knows me and fronts like he knows something, but doesn't know, but doesn't, and that doesn't rub me right. Bad vibes. But I don't know him at all and only know what he writes on Twitter, so who knows? The internet can be a mess sometimes. It's strange to be someone other people seem to want to think about and talk about, and I know he's super obsessed with the stuff me and my company make, and I know he's a dude who is making a living talking shit, so good for him. I'm not in the mood to want to fuck up his money, so have at it, my dude, be cool. Like, what a rambling, nonsensical fucking post. Like, why would you type all this shit out and then hit send? or you know,
I unblocked him, but I might block him again.
Like, it's just such a schizoposing to the max. And then Paul Tassi like quote tweets it and says, "Ah, yes, tagging me and insulting me with an entire paragraph broadcast to 690,000 people is extremely normal behavior and does not at all reinforce anything I said. Thank you for unblocking me, sir." Also, if by super obsessed you mean I've played hundreds of hours of every Borderlands game, a series I like, wow, you got me. Which he has. I think he's reviewed every Borderlands game on for Forbes. So, Paul Tassi is another one of those schizo kind of guys too, though. Like, he has a lot of bad takes, but he has good takes sometimes too. He's a strange bird. But I just thought that this reaction shit was freaking funny. So, Pitchford apologized again and even praised Tassi and did a plug for his book. He hasn't posted about the movie since the weekend, but added some final thoughts. The money surrounding the movie is the movie studio's risk, so I'm not really affected by that. Well, yeah, you are. You are affected by that because it tarnishes the brand. You know? Like, just like Gollum and Rings of Power have tarnished the Lord of the Rings brand as a whole. Like, this shit doesn't exist in a vacuum. Just because it's in the same franchise, but just because it's in a different medium doesn't mean it's going to affect the medium that you're in. You know, like it hurts the brand when your movie costs $120 million to make, which it did, and
That's insane.
it only made like 15 million globally, which is like we're talking a 9-figure loss. It's gonna go down as one of the biggest losses in cinema history. $120 million, by the way. Never forget, Chet. Never ever forget that Godzilla -1 was made on a budget of $15 million at max. You could have made like 8 Godzilla -1s for the same money it took to make this Borderlands trash movie.
Insane.
I measure budgets in Godzilla -1s now. So, like, if there's, like, a terrible movie that's made and it costed, like, $150 million to make, it's like, wow, you could have made 10 Godzilla -1s. And instead you made that one piece of shit. Like, I swear to God, dude.
I wish someone would give me a small loan of 1 Godzilla -1 worth of money.
Well, people, like, during interviews of the director of Godzilla -1, people were like, so people say that, like, you made this for, like, on the budget of only $15 million, and he, like, scoffs and said, I wish I had that much money. So it wasn't even $15 million. Like, and that movie's amazing, in effects-wise.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I love that movie. I think that's one of the best Godzilla movies ever made. Godzilla -1. But yeah, it's these studios, like, I know that Paramount is getting, like, destroyed right now. Like, they're just, like, fire selling the whole thing. Because they're getting ready to merge with, like, Skydance Studios, which is Tom Cruise's production company. It's like, there is, like, massive shrinking going on in the movie industry right now. And it's like, how do you spend $100+ million on a Borderlands movie? Like, Mad Max didn't cost that much. You know, like, I know that you're not a fan of, like, Fury Road, but Fury Road did not cost that much to make. In fact, let me look it up. Let me fact check myself on that real quick. Let me do that live. Let me look up Fury Road budget. How much money? No, not how much money did it make. How much did it cost? Oh, never mind. The budget was $150 million. Okay, never mind.
Lamo, there's more.
The film cost $150 million, but it made $380 million worldwide, so it made its money back. That movie made probably close to $100 million in profit there. But you know, you spend $120. I don't think Borderlands should cost $120 million. I really don't. There's so many movies that get made these days that, like, it's baffling, like, that it takes as much money as it does to make. And especially, like, when, like,
here's the thing. I'm pretty sure, like a very large portion of that money is just going towards paying, like, bloat of people.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. It's just inefficient. It's just inefficiency.
Yeah.
And it's also, like, there's a lot of, like, legal shit that they have to deal with that they don't have to deal with in other countries. Like, they have armies of lawyers that they have to do. There's a ton of insurance stuff that they have to do. The actors cost way more in Hollywood than they do anywhere else in the world. You know, you get... I mean, how much money... Like, Robert Downey Jr. apparently got, like, more than $100 million to come back to Marvel. To play Doctor Doom. You know? It's just like... Again, the amount of money that you're paying RDJ in a desperate attempt to make the MCU relevant again, you could have made 8 Godzilla -1s with. It's like I'm sorry, but, like, the budgets in Hollywood are absolutely out of control. They're out of control.
Yeah, it's wild.
So, I don't know. I guess think that the Randy Pitchford throwing a hissy fit over the Borderlands movie is fucking hilarious to me. Personally, I don't really give a shit about the movie. I just think the tantrum was funny.
Funny though.
let's see. I've got two more. Got two more small stories here. One. Well, let's actually go to the bigger one, and then we'll kind of leave on a somber note. Zenless Zone Zero and Honkai Star Rail voice actress gets replaced after appearing to Signal Boost, Genshin Impact, and Hoyoverse Boycott. Oh, this is such a reap what you sow catharsis. Oh my god. The Courtney Lin, a voice actress for Zenless Zone Zero and Honkai Star Rail, has been replaced after appearing to Signal Boost, the Genshin Impact, and Hoyoverse Boycott. I remember when I first covered...
Where do I know her from?
Being annoying on Twitter, probably. I remember when I first covered the Genshin Impact boycott. I have a video on it, by the way. It could use some love, chat, because apparently the local middle school Genshin lunchroom club discovered the video and tried to downvote it. So any likes on that video would be appreciated, chat. But it turns out I was right, because that boycott, it's still ongoing, but nobody cares about it anymore, and the movie and the game studio is making millions and millions and millions of dollars hand over fist. Like, their profits went up because they released Zenless Zone Zero. It just made a fuck ton of money. It's just hilarious. Like, the boycott is such a joke. But this woman, Courtney Lin, was like biting the hand that feeds her, and was like basically on board with the boycott. It's like, bitch, these people employ you. Like, and the thing is that she didn't get replaced by AI. She got replaced by another person.
That's funny.
Which is even funnier. So as first reported by YouTube Hero High, great channel, by the way. He covers stuff in really short, succinct videos, which is nice. Like, his videos are like typically like less than 5 minutes long. Announced that Lin had been replaced as Ho-Ho in Honkai Star Rail at the end of July, and most recently announced she had been replaced as Lucy in Zenless Zone Zero on August 14th. So, like, she's the one making these announcements. She's, like, going around saying, I've been replaced. So it's not like I left the project as, like, supporting the boycott. It's like, no, I got replaced. I got fired. Like, that's what she's saying. On July 31st, Hoyoverse announced as part of their version 2.4 Finest Duel Under the Pristine Blue update that the voice actors for Argenti, Ho-Ho, and Tail had been replaced. The patch note states, adjust the English voice artists and voiceovers for the character Argenti, Ho-Ho, and Tail. Additionally, the issue of missing English voiceover for Argenti in some previous story dialogues has been fixed. Similarly, the patch notes for Z3 version 1.1 Undercover R&B update details state, change the English voice actors for agents Lucy and Sokaku and replace the corresponding voice lines. So Lin was replaced after she appeared to signal her support for the Genshin Impact and Hoyoverse boycott. She posted on July 14th, oof, jumping back on Twitter to say your voices matter and I'm so proud of our community for using theirs. Retweet, email, speak up, our community is strong. Well, X to doubt, chat.
Your community isn't strong enough to stop playing the game.
Yeah, they're not even willing to stop playing the free game. The community, the vast majority of which never paid a dime, because the game is free to play. You can play it completely free. The only thing you spend money on is gacha rolls for other champions, but you can go get through the whole game with the same champions. Like, you don't need to spend the dime, and even then they couldn't like give that up. It's so pathetic. And not only that, but like they think that like our community is strong. It's like, bitch, the United States, this is where like the vast majority of this boycott comes from, doesn't even hit the top 10 in terms of like the like, if they make a pie chart of like all the countries and like the player base size from each country and how much it makes up the total player base, the United States doesn't even break the top 10. Like, the United States is a small sliver of a pie slice in terms of the player base in comparison to like pretty much all of Asia. And not only that, but like the official boycott page on Twitter, like within the first week, was calling the Hoyoverse like a bunch of like genocidal Zionists who like were supporters of Israel and shit like that. And it's just I had some dumbasses like in my comments saying like there's no excuse for them to be lazy, all this other kind of stuff. You know, they have all the money in the world to like do representation properly. And I'm just like, motherfucker, they never said that they aimed for representation. These people don't know the difference between representation and inspiration. Like that's all. They don't. That's all it is. They are inspired by cultures and religious systems from all across the world, and that's what inspires them to make what they make. They're not They're not setting out to represent anything, and they think that they're like entitled to like be represented. It's like, no, you're not entitled to any of that shit. And the game studio never said that they meant to represent everything properly. They even put like a specific contract clause in their thing saying that like we can't guarantee that like anything that we do won't be found offensive and stuff like that, and we won't like we're not necessarily going to respond to criticism for anything creatively that we do. Like there's a line item in their terms of service that seems to be carved out specifically for these mental midgets, these Twitterati freaks, retards that like cry racism and shit all day long. Like the Baizhao, however you say it. You know, the Chinese call the white left, which is like the insufferable, politically correct cunts in the West, you know? Like they carved out a clause in their terms of service specifically telling those people to fuck off. You know, it's like you think that they're going to listen to you or anything you say, and then you go around calling them a bunch of genocidal fucking Zionists. You think that's going to like endear them to your cause? Anyway? No, they're going to tell you to go fuck off. You know, like you people have no concept of like optics and like strategy and shit like this. You have no idea. It's kind of crazy too because like the left used to be like the best at doing that kind of shit. Like they used to know exactly how to play the optics game and how to strategize boycotts and all this. They used to be so good at it, and now they're shit. They can't do it to save their lives now. The only power MiHoYo bows down to is the CCP. The Chinese government actually got a video and event completely shut down. Yeah, exactly. Like the CCP is the only like part of the boycott was like contact your local representatives and complain. It's like, oh yeah, some random Ohio senator from District 13 is gonna sit here on the phone with some random, weeaboo jack-off on Twitter and listen to him complain about wrong skin tones in a Chinese fucking gotcha game. Like,
yeah,
like what the fuck do you think's gonna happen? It's just wild to me how delusional these boycotters are. And this Courtney Lynn came out here and is like, yeah,
they're fucking Karens.
Yeah, this Courtney Lynn bitch is out here.
Karens. I'm gonna speak to my manager.
Yeah.
It's like your manager doesn't fucking have anything to do with this.
Yeah, Courtney Lynn's over here like being employed by this company, going, yeah, fight the power. And now she got her.
With your company, I'm gonna tell my mom.
See, this is the official page, the HYV boycott, Hoyoverse boycott. I think it's safe to say that we have all had enough of the erasure of our cultures and identities. Today, I introduce you all to boycott Hoyoverse. We'll be account sharing how you can boycott, spread the word, anything helps. Yeah, I covered this cringe ass page like weeks ago on my when I covered this initially. But yeah, nobody cares about this, and not to mention that there's the next round of SAG-AFTRA strikes, which this article also mentions. So announced that it's national board to give it power to
SAG-AFTRA mean?
Screen Actors Guild. It's basically like voice actors. That's what it is.
Okay.
It's voice actors and actors. It's just general performers for like media. I can't remember what the AFTRA stands for, but they basically there's a voice actor strike that got authorized, essentially, because of AI. It's like so.
Which is I mentioned this before on the OCP. But it is so fucking dumb to me. The concept of, oh, you're replacing our jobs where we're gonna go
We're gonna
out
stop
on the
working.
street and not do our, yeah, we're gonna stop working. It's like, okay, yeah, that's the
Yeah,
plan,
you're just pushing.
Good luck.
You're just basically pushing them to use AI. You're forcing them to use the thing that's pushing you out. It's crazy to me.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we're getting replaced by AI. What are we gonna do? We're gonna not work and let AI take over. That'll teach them. Like what? And they're gonna sit here that's like, well, at least the AI doesn't call us a bunch of racist assholes. You know? And I always say, like, these voice actors seem adamant about not improving themselves and not improving the products that they make. So it's just like,
absolutely.
it's just like,
Dude,
yeah,
they're a bunch of fucking jerk offs.
yeah.
This one, like, we had a big conversation on OCP about the concept of what do you call them? Of unions, and how they're just like they're just not actually positive things, no matter how the fuck you look at it.
Not anymore.
Like,
They used to be.
Well, here's the thing. There's nothing that a union can fix that couldn't be more easily fixed by implementing laws to, like, basically restrict companies from taking advantage of their employees.
Well, that's what unions claim to do, is to lobby for those laws, but they don't do that anymore. They lobby to line their own pockets.
All they do is prevent people from getting fucking fired. People who could be fired.
Exactly.
You can't. The thing is that basically once you're part of one of these unions, you're locked in. The company can't fire you.
And that's one of the
And
biggest.
it's the dumbest thing.
That's one of the
dumbest things, right? And it's just like, it should be as simple as we should have like government enforced like laws that companies have to follow, so that employees are not wrongfully being mistreated, right? But at the same time, it's like, dude, if a company wants to fire you for whatever fucking reason, like if I own a company and I just don't fucking like you, I should be able to fire you. Plain and simple. I shouldn't have to fucking work with you. Even if it's as simple as I just don't fucking like you, even if you've done nothing wrong, if I just don't like you, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to fire you and hire someone I do like to do the job. Let alone for you being shit at your job. It should be even easier to fire you. Right? And it's just like, dude, it's wild to me. And it's like, people are like, oh my god, these people have like families, they have like, whatever to feed and blah, 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 blah. Well, maybe they should go find a job they actually fucking like instead of just, doing this job they clearly don't care enough about half-assedly.
And
right?
yeah,
Here's
maybe
the
they
thing.
shouldn't
What
act.
about the families of people that do want to do this job and do want to, do care about this and do want to succeed, right? Who are being prevented from taking these slots because they're occupied by a bunch of fucking assholes that clearly don't fucking care about it, right? What about their families? Oh, it's fine if their families starve, right? Because, they're struggling to find work because it's impossible to fucking replace anybody in this field because the field is entirely fucking controlled by these people who only let people in that they like. Like the fucking click culture and like voice acting.
Oh,
it's
it's
wild.
incestuous.
Yeah.
Like
just like,
the nepotism is a huge problem. Huge problem in the these really niche like entertainment sectors, like voice VAing for anime is like such a niche little shit show of just nothing but rampant just narcissism and just psychopathy, and it's plagued heavily by clique culture and nepotism. It's a huge problem. I mean, this was literally the whole scandal behind the original Gamergate controversy. Like, you have to remember that, like, the woman who, like, slept with a bunch of people, she wasn't the problem. She wasn't the heart of the controversy. She just took advantage of it. The heart of the controversy was actually Anita Sarkeesian and Silverstring Media, and how it, like, basically had, like, a bunch of conflicts of interest in, like entering games into, like, independent gaming competitions, and also, like, being judges for the same competitions. And then also having, like, inroads to, like, journalists who would, like, cover the winners of the games of those competitions, which would garner sales for the game. Like, that was the heart of the original Gamergate scandal, was the massive conflict of interest between independent game developers indie game like award groups and journalists. The Maya Kramer sleeping with everybody was just taking advantage of that corruption. That was like the whole thing. And it's like you have here with these voice actors, it's like all this nepotism, they all think that they're awesome and everybody else is evil. And so like nobody, and if you're not in that clique, then you're out. You're not getting in. You know, that's literally what Maya Kramer did in Gamergate, was she slept her way into the clique, basically, because she saw that corruption and I was like, well, the only way in is to fuck somebody within that system. So that's what I'm gonna do. And it's like that's basically what you have to do with this, you know, this really, really little niche voice acting community as well. Because like there's like the number of voice actors that like do like English VA work for like anime, I mean, it's like less than 50 people. It's a tiny little group of people that do all of it. And they're all just psychopaths on Twitter. So, and it's like, you're talking about like the things like the jobs. It's like, well, maybe if you want to keep your family fed, maybe don't like insult your employers publicly.
Yeah.
Like
it's fucking wild.
It's just the arrogance that you have to do that. You know, I can't imagine publicly going online because the company I work for isn't like super public facing. It's almost entirely like a business to business kind of company. But I know that if I started running my mouth publicly against my company, guess what? I'm not going to last long at that company because my company behaves like adults. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Another super niche industry is like the American comic book industry, and what an absolute psycho shit show that is. But yeah, you guys have these idiots running, you know, these fucking idiots. And this is the thing. I'm in the comments verbally beating haters. V-Nation, join me on my crusade. Courtney is an incredibly kind and caring human being. He doesn't deserve this. To arms! I can't post about any video game stuff, but let's bond over this. Winky face, you know, all this other shit. It's just like, if you're serious about something, you're not going to talk about it in this dismissive, ooh-woo, LOL, so random, fucking childish way. Like, they all do this. They all, like, claim to, like, have, like, these serious, you know, opinions and political takes, but they always couch it in this unserious, childish, catty fucking, like, language, you know? And it's just like, it's like, I can't fucking take anything you say seriously when you type as if you were, like, 11 years old.
The fucking watermelon next to her name.
Yeah, it's just like, what do you... Only fucking VTubers with their... What do they call them? The little stamps. The little Oshi stamps or whatever they're called.
Oshi marks.
Oshi marks, thank you. I'm not a real VTuber, chat. I'm just pretending.
I vaguely am. Because I was part of Haven X.
I mean, it's just baffling how like arrogant these people are. Like you work in a very niche industry that's rapidly getting replaced by AI. Your jobs are not secure at all, and yet you go onto social media running your mouth and shitting all over the people who pay you, and they don't even pay you a lot. You know, it's just like, I just can't get into the headspace of people that are so full of themselves like this, you know? So, anyway, Genshin boycotters are a bunch of childish retards. Put the phone down, finish your crustless triangle cut peanut butter and honey sandwich, and go play some soccer. I don't know. Do you have anything else to add to this?
Not really.
Yeah, these people.
I honestly, look, even as someone that like used to do voice acting and like used to aspire to be a voice actor, like seeing what the voice acting scene is like, honestly, I hope they all get replaced by AI.
Mm-hmm. Oh, why? Yeah, why would anybody who's like, I actually know somebody who like is a game developer, and he's like, yeah, I'm doing something else, even though I spent like tons of money like going to like special schools to be a game developer, because the kind of people that are in the game development space are so toxic, psycho assholes that I just don't want to be a part of that. And so he's like, I'm just going to do something else until the scene changes. And if I don't get into the industry until I'm 60, then so be it. And it's the same thing here. Like, why would an aspiring voice actor look at this and be like, yes, I want to be a part of the catty mean girls club who are a bunch of assholes and passive-aggressive cunts all over social media? I can't wait to be a part of that niche group of people. Like, who in their right minds would want to be a part of this shit? So, it's like, you mean that, like, to, like, be into the in-group, I have to, like, stay on the good side of Valerie Rodriguez Watermelon, the psycho activist cunt? Like, I have to be on her good graces at all times. I have to walk on her eggshells everywhere I go. Like, fuck.
Dude, I remember growing up thinking, like, man, I can't wait to, like, be an adult and go into the world and, like, meet people, for everyone to, like, just kind of grow out of their childishness and, like, people would just be, like, be normal. And then I realized it hit me really, really hard. Harsh reality. Most people stay stupid. There is no cure for stupidity. There's no amount of time that fixes stupidity. Stupidity is not something that, people grow out of. People will be stupid their entire fucking lives. They will be childish their entire fucking lives. And these are great examples of people that, are still stuck in high school. They peaked in high school, and they don't know how to be anything else.
They never advance mentally or, like, career-wise beyond that, it seems. And it's just like... it's just so weird to me. How people can... But, I mean, you're right. And honestly, I feel like a lot of it is because, like, there are, like, in these groups...
Why are they typing Genshin with a 3?
Huh?
Why are they typing Genshin with a 3?
Because they don't want to be found in search.
Somehow.
Sorry, I couldn't pause in time. Yeah, they literally will.
So much.
They will.
All the time people do that. People will drop the white circle or black circle emoji when talking about, like, white or black people. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
It's because they don't want to get found in search. So they purposely will Voldemort certain names and stuff like that, so that they won't get found in search. Because they don't have the spine to, like, stand up for their opinions, their shitty opinions. Yeah,
I got on Twitter recently. I was, like, defending someone that, like, was talking about how what's her fucking name? Megan Thee Stallion and
God.
What's the other one's name?
Oh God. Cardi B?
What's her fucking name? Yeah, Cardi B. Like, they're just basically just strippers.
Yeah.
And, like, the shows are just really just strip shows.
They're just it's just ratchet.
These people are not talented. Yeah, these people are not fucking talented. Right? And it's just like, and so, like, they're saying, like, yeah, like, it's just the truth. The only reason we like them is because they like anime. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, all of Black Twitter started getting all up in their ass, being like, you're just being racist. You're just saying that because you don't like black women. And it became, like, a whole, like, racial thing. Right? And I commented, I was like, damn, you've awoken the horde. I'm sorry. Don't worry. Yeah, you've pissed off Black Twitter, but it's okay. They'll get over it. And someone responded to me with like, oh, really? Black Twitter? Why don't you just call me the N-word to my face? And I was like, okay. And then I said, yeah, I did. I don't care. Yeah,
YouTube cares, but
yeah, YouTube cares. I can't say it, but yeah, I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Like, I don't give a fuck. I hate to break it to you, but I come from people that have thicker skin and have been through tougher shit. You can fucking throw a new one, or you can leave.
Oh yeah, it's like, you could tell, like, when somebody has grown up in the ghetto just by the way that they say the N-word. Like, when you hear somebody say the N-word, you can tell, like, if they grew up around the word, or if they're just saying it to be edgy.
Yeah.
Like, you can just...
There's a lot of people that I see on Twitter that, like, grew up, like, I bet you anything in the fucking world, they grew up just fine. There's a lot of people that I personally know, I'm not gonna get into names, but there's a lot of people that I personally know that are black that did not grow up around that word at all. I bet you anything in the fucking world, but they say it because they can. And so they feel like, oh, well, because I can say it, I guess I'll say it. Even though they didn't grow up around that culture, did not grow up around the word, have no reason to say it. They just want to say it.
Yeah, it'd be like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air dropping the N-word.
It's not Jazz. No, well, Jazz more so, he just doesn't care.
Yeah, Jazz just doesn't give a shit.
That's
why we love him.
But I know people that fall into the whole, like BLM bullshit. That
upper middle class blacks.
Well off. Oh yeah, absolutely. I know several people like that, and it's the most pathetic thing. It's the most genuinely pathetic thing, because they'll never argue with me ever when I say it, because they know.
Yeah.
They know. But like a lot of the people that I think that I argue with on Twitter, obviously they don't know. And I bet you a lot of them are likely also in that same kind of bracket where they're like middle class, right? Even lower middle class. But they definitely didn't grow up in like the ghetto or even in areas where people say it. I bet you anything.
Yeah, I know. I didn't grow up around it. That was not my upbringing. I did not grow up in an environment that used that word. And that's why when I say it, it doesn't sound right. Because I didn't grow up. I didn't grow up in it. You know.
Yeah.
But like you could. That's what I'm saying. Like you could tell like when somebody grew up in it and they.
Yeah.
You know, they grew up using the word.
I'll be like talking to like Patho like super late at night, like we're like sending each other like memes and stuff that we find on like Twitter. And on occasion, like I'll just drop the word casually while I'm like reacting to something. And she'll be like, "Babe, what the fuck?" And I was like, "Huh?"
Yeah, you don't even notice. You don't even like think about it. Yeah, you're like,
no, you don't think about it. You don't think about it.
Yeah,
it's just like it just kind of comes.
It's almost a filler word,
right? Because it is a filler word. It's really just it becomes a filler word when something that you grew up with, and it's a word that's commonly used in like the Miami area.
There's so many like
among everybody.
There's so many black-based YouTubers out there, and you could tell that like almost all of them are like they grew up in that ghetto environment, and they're just like, nah, we're done with this shit, and they just drop it like you know, they're saying it like Charlie Murphy and stuff like that. They're just and it's like on YouTube, you know what I mean? It's like nobody who didn't, you know, only people who grew up, and that's just like a normal word that they just use in just casual conversation, are going to actually like broadcast it on YouTube like that. Only people who like actually grew up using the word are going to do that. Nobody else is going to do that. Like I would never do that because I did not grow up in it, and so that the word is just not part of my normal vocabulary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like for a lot of people, it is.
It hasn't been for a long time for me, and it's come back because of Jazz. I blame Jazz. It's literally Jazz's fault.
Oh, I'm sure he'd be proud. Anyway,
it's literally Jazz's fault. It's Jazz's fault, and it's Black Twitter's fault for making me want to say it more often.
You're gonna Pavlov her needing to hear wetback 5 more times before falling asleep. I say gamer words a lot more now. I used to hold them back, but then I joined GD's community.
I love how Latin American slurs never are an issue. Like someone said spick earlier in chat, wetbacks in chat. No one get like.
Yeah, I said it on stream. I said it too.
Because Latin Americans just don't fucking care.
The Utraspix. Like that was the. But Latin Americans don't give a shit. They think it's funny.
Yeah, we do.
You know? So, we got one last.
It's called having actual issues.
Yeah.
Black Americans should try that sometime.
All right, we got one last somber note to end on. I didn't find like a happy note to end this on, so we got a somber one instead. I'm sorry. Sorry, everybody. Where is it? There it is. Rachael Lillis, the voice of Pokemon's Misty and Jessie, dies at 46.
I had forgotten about this. I was like, I'm sure.
So this is a VA from like when VAs were like cool, good.
Yeah.
And this is like the OG Pokemon show. She played pretty much the two most iconic female characters in Pokemon history.
Yeah.
And she voiced both of them. And she'll, God, dude, that's like 5 years older than me.
Dude, yeah, it's wild.
That's
breast cancer? Yeah, there it is. Breast cancer.
Mm-hmm. She passed away on August 10th amid her battle with breast cancer. Lillis was 46 years old. Letter posted by Veronica Taylor, the original English voice actress behind Ash Ketchum. That's right, Ash was voiced by a woman, just like Bart Simpson.
Women dominate voice acting.
Yep. We all know Rachael Lillis from the many wonderful roles she played. She filled our Saturday mornings and before after school hours with her beautiful voice, her terrific comic timing, and her remarkable acting skills. Rachael was an extraordinary talent, a bright light that shone through her voice. Whether speaking or singing, she will be forever remembered for the many animated roles she played, with her iconic performances as Pokemon's Misty and Jessie being the most beloved. Rachael was so thankful for all the generous love and support that was given to her as she battled cancer. It truly made a positive difference. Her family also wishes to thank you as they take this time to grieve privately. A memorial is being planned for a future date. So, F's in chat, lads. We lost an actual good voice actor. Way, way too young. And fuck cancer. So.
Yeah. Rough, dude.
Yeah.
It sucks.
I don't really have.
I hate to see it, you know?
Yeah, it's just. And the thing is, I know my dad is probably shocked by this. My dad, actually, because I have a younger sister, who is unfortunately estranged from the family for. I think you know the story, but I'm not going to tell it here tonight.
Yeah.
But growing up, she and my dad used to watch Pokemon like every day. Like that was like one of the shows they watched. Like they bonded over the original Pokemon show. So this actually probably means more to my dad than me, strangely enough. And he's like 69 years old. So
oh, it's sad.
Yeah. So
Papa Helmsman.
Yeah. But I don't know. I don't have.
That's it. Helm's dad. That's
Helm's dad. There we go. Helm's dad.
I was like, can't really do it like the full name. Like we just call you Helmsman.
Yeah.
But Helm's dad is good. That works.
Helm's dad works. But yeah, just say our prayer. Hats off.
A D&D funny short if you're interested. Want to end on a stupid funny note.
Wait, what was that?
Tux said that he posted a D&D funny short. If you're interested, if you want to end it on a stupid/funny note.
I better put a brand new red bike on our gravestone. Oh, that'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Awoken many a young boy into two different kinds of adulthood. But yeah, it just sucks when like actual good, people from like the OG world of voice acting or any kind of entertainment medium, back before it was like, well, it's kind of always been corrupted, but like corrupted to the point where it is today. Getting lost a solid 30 years before she should have died. That just sucks. So, I guess maybe I should try to do a happy note if we've got one. So let me see here. Okay, it has a picture of Jim Carrey on it, so that's interesting. Okay.
Oh boy.
Let me turn the... Okay, here we go.
Has he had a long history of mental illness?
Repent! And thou shalt be saved.
Hi, I'm looking for Ray Finkel.
Or the game Wizard versus everything.
And a clean pair of shorts.
Yes, Satan? I have exorcised the demons.
Cleric using exercise.
Alrighty then.
I'll have you know I have the reflexes of a cat. And the speed of a mongoose. Throw it. I dare ya.
Okay.
I fucking love Jim Carrey so much.
Oh man, his stuff back in the 90s was just comedy gold.
Bet they when Jim only played insane
Like,
characters.
both Ace Ventura movies are fucking hilarious. The Mask was great. Liar Liar was fucking hilarious. Oh man, he's got so many good movies. He's actually strangely like a good dramatic actor too.
Yeah.
Like there was a melodrama called The Majestic. I don't know if you've heard about it. Where he plays like a Hollywood scriptwriter who like during the Red Scare and the McCarthyism stuff, and he gets like branded as a communist, even though he wasn't, and he like loses his career, and he goes for a drive and it's super drunk, accidentally drives off the edge of a bridge into a river, and he like survives, but he has amnesia, and he washes up in this little town, and he happens to look like an identical twin to like someone like really really beloved in the town who died in the war, and so they like embrace him and like basically like make him into that person, but then he like remembers later on that he's not that person, that he's the screenwriter, and all this, and he confronts like the McCarthy stuff. Like, McCarthy did nothing wrong, but it's a really good movie, and he does actually a really good job as a dramatic actor in that movie. I recommend it. It's and then you got like the Truman Show.
Yeah,
then you got the Truman Show.
I was about to mention like Truman Show is also like pretty
Which
like
is, yeah, he's like
a feels movie.
Yeah, well, he's like when he's like gets serious, he's actually capable of acting really well, actually, as a dramatic actor, and not just being a fucking goofball. So, anyway, well, thanks for that. Thanks for that goofy little meme at the end. McCarthy did not go far enough. You mean correct? Correct, Mr. Ebear. It's late for you. Yeah, it's late for all of us. I think we're that's all I had, actually. It's been a long one, so I guess that's it.
That was fun.
Yeah, it's.
Do you have an outro?
I don't have an outro yet. It just kind of ends. Again, this is shit we got to figure out.
For sure.
But
oh my god, stretching hurts so bad.
But other than that, why don't you go ahead and tell us what you got coming up?
Tomorrow is Sunday?
Correct.
Tomorrow we're gonna find out what I have coming up. Tomorrow I have a stream where I'm gonna just plan out the rest of the week. And I'm gonna try to make that like a regular thing where every Sunday we just plan out the rest of the week. And like just hang out and stuff.
That's a fun idea.
Yeah. I think that'd be like a fun way to like start every week. My only concern is like I don't feel like I have enough like things to talk about, I guess. So it'll really just be like a work stream, right, where I'm just kind of working on stuff. Eventually, I'm probably just gonna go quiet and just like work on D&D.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
Some nice music on.
I have
like a sort of silent stream while I work.
Yeah, one of my Oshis, Carey Mara. She does these streams where she like goes back and forth. Well, she'll work for 20 minutes in mostly silence, and then she'll like chat for like 10 minutes, and she'll just go back and forth for like a few hours.
Yeah.
She is let's chat and work streams that she does. So, they're kind of cool, actually. Okay, cool. Well, all I'm doing tomorrow is going to church. So, my next stream is Tuesday, which is going to be Yakuza 4. Probably the second to last episode of it. Actually, maybe third to last. I don't know. We just started Kiryu's story. We got through the first of 4 chapters with Kiryu. And then Black Myth Wukong on Wednesday. So that's what I got. That's what I got coming up. I got links. Once I get this video edited up, I will get a link to Jeannie's channel. I'm pretty sure that everybody in the chat right now is already subscribed to you, so that shouldn't be a problem. And I'll have this video edited up. I will probably release a couple snippets from this stream across the week. Usually on days that I don't stream, which is Mondays and Thursdays. That's when I try to post videos. That's why there's like some content every day, basically. But other than that, that's all I got. So I guess say goodnight.
Yeah. Hope you guys have a lovely night, chat. Those of you across the pond, please have a lovely morning. And as always, go fuck yourself.
The watch is yours, chat. Take care.
That's all I have to say.
Stop it, Snake.